guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers is stepping back from his teaching role at Harvard University, where he once served as president, over emails showing his close ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He's also resigning from the board of OpenAI.
The released emails showed that Larry Summers stayed in close communication with Jeffrey Epstein, even after the late financier's conviction for sex offenses. The emails revealed that Summers made sexist comments and asked Epstein for romantic advice. Earlier this week, Summers said he would be stepping back from public commitments. The Center for American Progress, where Summers was a senior fellow, has now also severed ties with the former Treasury Secretary. Summers has said he is deeply ashamed of his actions and takes full responsibility for his misguided decision to continue communicating with Epstein. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
2 federal courts have blocked a new Texas law requiring the 10 Commandments to be posted in public schools. The law is also being challenged at the Fifth Circuit, making a Supreme Court review likely.
We are a long way from this issue being over.
Supporters like Jonathan Covey of Texas Values argue the display provides students historical context on the American justice system. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is responding to the NTSB's preliminary report on the UPS plane that crashed in Louisville. The report says the plane's left engine and pylon detached shortly after takeoff with cracks and signs of overstressing.
I do know that the plane had undergone, at least from what I read, the regular suggested maintenance and reviews, but certainly this is something we have to learn more about.
3 crew members and 11 people on the ground were killed. Beshear says UPS must aid in healing and support for the victims' families. The final NTSB report is expected in 18 to 24 months. Israel says Hamas is undermining the Gaza ceasefire, launching attacks that prompted a new Israeli airstrike. Mossad also reports uncovering a Hamas network planning attacks across Europe. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Great Plains Food Bank pop-up of Fargo, North Dakota, feeds around 800 families in under an hour.
Wednesday, the lengthy line of cars reflected the continued need for food assistance. The Community Impact Manager at GPFB said they've run out of food at almost every mobile distribution this month. The pantry provided produce, chicken, and rice before ultimately running out of supplies. Even a week after the shutdown ended, hundreds of families still rely on these pantries to feed themselves. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A former school counselor in Fort Collins, Colorado, has been accused of having a sexual relationship with a student.
Former Poudre Community Academy counselor Janelle Edsall has been booked into the Larimer County Jail on 2 felony counts of sexual assault and 1 misdemeanor of false reporting. Authorities are concerned there may be more victims and are asking for tips. Edsall has not been with the district since July. She also worked as a private practice counselor at Vine Counseling. I'm Connor Shreve.
A new study claims the first kiss happened at least 16 million years ago.
The study claims the practice of pressing lips together with another being likely began with primates and then moved to Neanderthals. Scientists call it, quote, oral contact with some movement of the lips, mouth parts, and no food transfer. And they say its evolutionary function remains unclear, but it appears to have always been a display of affection between genders. Researchers at Oxford University say they've also seen the behavior in certain bears, birds, and insects. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now, Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Well, would you look at the time? Looks like it's that time again as we cross over the midnight hour from time zone to time zone. Here we go. How about we roll into a casual Friday? Indeed. Here come the weekend. Yeah, the day we all look so forward to. Friday. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Here we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another cloudy night outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio as we get things underway here. 43 degrees. Looks like we're anticipating maybe another rainy day. Because indeed, as Josh Malloy sings, for a lot of drivers out there, this may very well be another one of those long 100 miles in the pouring rain kind of nights. Yeah, we've been talking about potential flooding issues in the heart of the country and the south central states through most of the week. And there it is. We've got rain falling from Cheyenne, Wyoming, spotty showers to the north, primarily east of Denver. You're pretty much socked in the state of Kansas. Rain, heavy rains through central and eastern Kansas. Showers from Kansas City southward all the way down to nearly Shreveport. There in Louisiana, heavy rains impacting west central and southwestern Arkansas, moving into south central Arkansas. Then several lines of fast-moving thunderstorms. One line just pushed through the Dallas area. That particular line extends on down to, where are we looking? It'll be rolling through Killeen and Waco. More scattered showers down toward Austin to San Antone. But yeah, the bulk of the precip is right there in the central states. You'll find some spotty showers then through portions of eastern Kentucky, Tennessee. You may run into a few sprinkles there in central West Virginia, but the bulk of the precip is coming our way later in the day for the eastern USA. Meanwhile, out west, where you've seen a train of storms, the caboose, the last in this line of storm systems, indeed impacting Southern California, Southern Nevada tonight. Not nearly as much rain as we saw from the system earlier this week, but we do see scattered showers. San Diego, some heavier rains up towards Los Angeles. Looks like some more rain there in the Las Vegas area. Being considered a relatively high-impact storm to close out what has been a weeks-long stretch of active weather there in California, bringing widespread snow, mountain snow, and plenty of rainfall. That's the final storm as we head into the weekend. So again, the risk of flooding, landslides in areas that have already been soaked from prior systems. We'll see those persistent downpours from Los Angeles to San Diego, especially in the recent burn scar areas. You could see those localized mudslides. Urban flooding may disrupt travel in some of the low-lying, poorly drained areas. Snow once again makes travel difficult in the Sierra Nevada across the mountains of Southern California. Several passes likely to experience slick conditions and some road closures through the weekend. Pass levels along Interstate 5 as well as 15 in Southern California. They're talking all or mostly rain forecast there, probably just wet roadways. As the system moves inland this weekend, it will be bringing showers and thunderstorms into, again, southern Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. Gusty winds, reduced visibility, travel disruptions for the maybe early Thanksgiving travelers in the higher terrain of New Mexico and Colorado. This storm's going to track east as a cross-country system during the busy travel period leading up to Thanksgiving. Another coast-to-coast sort of system going to bring the risk of renewed flooding from the Texas Hill Country to Missouri, potential travel problems as far north as the Canadian border due to snow and rain, and indeed the Atlantic seaboard with rain and fog. In the wake of the storm, the new dry pattern could lead to several Santa Ana wind events there out west, mainly in the mountains and through the passes, canyons, including portions of the Grapevine. Then a break in storms across California for much of next week. Mainly dry weather, warmer conditions. The next chance of rain, according to AccuWeather, may not arrive till after Thanksgiving, and this time it would be parts of northern California. So a much-needed break, at least for Thanksgiving week there in Southern California. Yeah, speaking of elsewhere around the country, we've got the full breakdown as far as travel conditions with that cross-country storm. Day by day, we'll walk you through it here coming up. But they're giving us plenty of advance notice here. You realize it's 21st day of November we're rolling into here. December is just around the corner. December might be extra chilly this year across parts of the U.S. because of a weather phenomenon unfolding miles above the North Pole. It's called sudden stratospheric warming. Happens once, maybe every other winter on average, but rarely does this occur in November. Despite the name, its occurrence does not imply there's going to be any sudden warming where people live. In fact, it's the opposite. A rapid warming and weakening of winds in the stratosphere can disturb the polar vortex, that ring of frigid, stormy air that typically sits high above the North Pole. Impacts can cascade downward through the atmosphere, sometimes causing very cold air to spill southward toward more populated areas as the polar vortex becomes displaced or elongated. The process can take weeks to unfold, but the long-range forecast favor below-average temperatures across parts of 35 states here from late November on into December, particularly after Thanksgiving. So what happens? Sudden stratospheric warming is a natural phenomenon happening, again, once every other winter on average. Major events in November are pretty uncommon, with only one occurring since the 1950s. The one predicted this year may actually become the earliest on record, they tell us. These things typically occur in January, February, but not November, December. It's because the polar vortex is still in its formative stages during late fall and early winter, making it less susceptible to warming events. For an event to qualify as a major sudden stratospheric warming, several meteorological thresholds have to be met. A rapid rise in stratospheric temperatures, a sharp deceleration in winds. A minor warming event only requires a rapid rise in temperatures. These can ultimately disturb the polar vortex. We pay attention to these warming events in the stratosphere, not only because the weather impacts can occasionally be severe, but because changes in stratospheric winds can lead to persistent changes in weather for many weeks. So we get more time to prepare, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. In September, a rare sudden stratospheric warming occurred above Antarctica, causing the vortex to become lopsided, alerting weather patterns across the southern hemisphere. These are less common in the southern hemisphere where there's less land and more ocean, but a disturbance in the stratosphere disrupted the polar vortex in the southern hemisphere. Indeed, September of this year. So it translates to below average temperatures predicted to sweep across the nation late November, just after Thanksgiving, with several more waves of cold during December. In the weeks following, a stratospheric warming event below average temperatures can affect parts of the United States, Europe, Asia, with above average temperatures in places like Greenland and parts of the Arctic. They stress that these details can vary from one event to the next, but right now it looks like the northern U.S. and southern Canada will be bearing the brunt of this particular episode. Oh, joy. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yes, plenty of advance notice. Get that cold weather gear ready. And you know what it means for the big trucks out there when you have polar vortex issues. Oftentimes we're talking sub-zero temperatures. Be prepared with your Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. You don't want to be gelling up and stuck in the middle of nowhere in sub-zero temperatures. That can be deadly. All right, well, welcome our friends aboard as we get the new day underway. We roll into the weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looks like we did have some Thursday night football in the NFL. Looks like the Houston Texans over the Buffalo Bills. 23-19 the final there. All right, hello to Philly Dan. TGIF, he says, hope everyone has a great weekend. Go Birds. Yeah, the big Eagles fan there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy checking in the midnight hour, and it's Friday. 45 degrees on the Cruiser dash cam in southwest Ohio. Cloudy skies overhead, but rain on the horizon. 4:30 hours can't come quick enough. I've got my Kelly week off ahead. So batten down the hatches, secure the main deck. The prognosticator of prognosticators and the grumpy old grumper on deck with their analytical wild guesses of this weekend's college football. Let the guessing games begin. Are you with me? Thank you, Peppy. Obviously, Marianne in the house. How about No Snow Joe? That's a good handle. Another foggy night on I-10 between Pensacola and Tallahassee, Florida tonight. Everybody have a good weekend. Yeah, fog. Yeah, I do see fog advisories, much of southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle there. The western Florida fog advisories stretching from northern Mississippi, north central, northeast Arkansas, from there, western Tennessee, about the eastern half of Missouri, western Illinois. Yeah, then right on through the heart of central Illinois into west central Indiana tonight. A lot of fog. Going to be slowing you down out there. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Tank in the house. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew, TGIF. The greatest day of the week. Cloudy, 64 here in Oak City. Hammering down toward the home 20 via Memphis, Tennessee. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day and weekend. Wait a minute. He did say greatest day of the week. I bet somebody would beg to differ.
Yeah, it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
One day closer.
Got another one coming on. One day closer.
Yeah. Morning, Captain
Everybody
Ron.
counts down to Monday.
Yes, sir.
Can't wait for it to get here, you know. So it's the greatest. Otherwise, we wouldn't count down to it, would we?
So what do we do next week? We'll be counting down to Hump Day because for me that'll be the greatest day of the week.
We'll be counting down to eating some of that turkey is what we'll be counting down for next week.
Right.
So anyway, back in with horse feathers, possible exploded clutch or whatever is what it sounds like to me. But back in the day, I was racing at Indianapolis Speedrome with my figure 8 car and exploded the clutch. They made us, but they made it mandatory that we had a steel bell housing for that very reason. So, a safety feature.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was running good till it wasn't. You know.
And it happens
anyway.
And it happens just like that in an instant.
Yeah, just an instant. It just exploded. I don't know why. What happened? It just decided it wanted to let go.
That's it.
But yep, I've been working on my getting my Medicare all set up, and I'm on this new Repatha shot for cholesterol.
Yeah.
And you might have seen the advertisement on TV about it.
I actually took it for a couple months. I think I've got one injector left in the fridge, but I don't know. I'll wait. And see.
Really?
When I do my next physical, I'll see if my cholesterol levels were impacted or not.
Well, my heart doctor loves it, but my drug plan is a little over $1,000 for the year with the Ozempic shot.
Okay.
But if I add in that Repatha shot, it shoots it up to $4,300 a year.
Wow. Okay. When my doctor prescribed it to me, he told me at the time. He said if your insurance doesn't cover it, you're probably not going to take. I had no idea. I mean, I think I got a 3-month supply, and my out of pocket was $100.
Yeah, mine's $90 out of pocket,
mm-hmm.
and the pharmacist says that's a good deal on it.
Right.
I didn't realize it was that expensive, but I couldn't believe it. So yeah, that's what I've been working on lately. I got my Medicare card in the mail the other day with my Part A and B, so now I won't have my health benefits through my company.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been working on that lately. And I don't have a whole lot as usual. It was 80 degrees for us today.
Wow.
On my way home from work this morning. Yeah, it was hot. It's 61 right now near Wildwood, Florida tonight. I'm running behind tonight. My load wasn't ready. The past 2 nights, I've had road service problems. So I'll be glad when this week's over. Get closer to the greatest day of the week,
Yeah,
right?
the greatest day of the week will be like, it's going to be a short one next week.
Yeah.
You off Friday, you off Thursday and
Right.
Friday, or just Thursday?
I'm off. Well, they haven't told us officially, but I suspect I'm off Wednesday night and Thursday night.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I hope we don't have to work Wednesday night, but we may. I don't know. But anyway, I guess I'll give a Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man, and everybody be safe out there. And I appreciate you taking my call.
All right.
Go Blue.
Yeah, there you go. I wonder, are they going to be in the mix this weekend? College football? We'll find out in short order. Hello to Uncle Chops. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners out there. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. Be safe. 36 in Platkill, New York. Round 4 to Schenectady. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Monday. There you go. Hello, Crazy Ray. West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Clouds, 44 degrees. Good to have you on board. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers is stepping back from his teaching role at Harvard University, where he once served as president, over emails showing his close ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He's also resigning from the board of OpenAI.
The released emails showed that Larry Summers stayed in close communication with Jeffrey Epstein, even after the late financier's conviction for sex offences. The emails revealed that Summers made sexist comments and asked Epstein for romantic advice. Earlier this week, Summers said he would be stepping back from public commitments. The Center for American Progress, where Summers was a senior fellow, has now also severed ties with the former Treasury Secretary. Summers has said he is deeply ashamed of his actions and takes full responsibility for his misguided decision to continue communicating with Epstein. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far, drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, couple of other friends checking in. Hello to Tony. Hello, Steve, the entire Hotshot Nation. From southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. Not currently raining, but it's on the way. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina. 56 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Got one more run this week to Knoxville, Tennessee. Then off next week for Thanksgiving. There you go. Yeah, Bambi's got her work cut out for her. She's got to prepare for 35 people. We're talking 2 23-pound turkeys, 20-pound ham, huge pan of homemade dressing, huge pan of baked beans, 40 rolls, 30 pounds of taters. Wow, homemade pie. You get the idea. That's the main stuff. Then after eating, watching my Dallas Cowboys, I go into that turkey coma, right? Happy Thanksgiving, Steve, and the overnight family. Wow, that's a lot of prepping she's got to do there. Hello to the castaway, cloudy and cool Denver, Colorado. No chance to see the meteor showers tonight. There are. None of them are peaking tonight, but there are a couple of active showers that peaked here. One earlier this week, one the week before, but they're still active for several more weeks. I think the northern Torrids and what's the other, the Lyrid? Yeah, whatever the case. But yeah, if you got the clear skies, you might be able to catch one here and there. Hello, Bill. Happy Friday morning, everyone. 44 here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Interesting thing I saw Wednesday morning. I was dropping a trailer at the South Warehouse. Saw a green fireball fall out of the sky about 200 yards away. Don't know where it landed. It was cool, though. I actually heard it popping as it flew by. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'll have to work on Saturday, but drivers, be safe out there. Yeah, I wonder if that was one of those northern torrids. We were just talking the meteor showers. So, all right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up as we roll into a Friday. But it is, of course, that time. The prognosticator of prognosticators, the analyst, The grumpy old grump, as Pappy calls him. College football weekend is upon us once again. Welcome aboard.
Well, we're all geared up and ready. Even got some exciting news, and we'll share it with you here before we get off the air.
Okay.
Hello?
Are you with me?
Sounds good to me.
There you go. There he is.
Yeah,
I did accidentally leave Michigan off the roster, but we can put it on. They're playing Maryland at 3:00. Michigan's number 18, so we'll just pencil them in there. Yeah, I kind of overlooked them there, I guess. But,
I didn't even notice that.
I didn't either until he said something. I thought I saw that game. And I know I had it on my sheet, but I had it on the first sheet, and I didn't put it on the one I sent over to you. So we'll pencil that one in.
That ought to be a good game. Do you have any idea what the records are?
8-2 on Michigan, 4-6 on Maryland.
Yeah, but they're the kind that will jump up and snake about you.
Yeah, they certainly can. But other than that, yeah, we got some good games coming up here, Steve. And
we got good games this week, and next week's going to be barn burners.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And I'm still, I was still kind of hoping that North Texas would have got into this because they do have the record, I thought, to get them in. But
well, you know, and that's kind of throwing me off because I was watching the ESPN analytics, and they have James Madison at 48%, North Texas at 38%, and they had Tulane at 12%. So I'm getting into the playoffs, and I'm still ain't figuring out, other than they say that Tulane's got out of the group of 5 because they played 4 Power 4 schools. They won 2 and lost, or they played 3 Power 4 schools. They won 2 and lost 1, where the other teams only played 2 Power 4 schools. And I think they was all like 1-1. So based on the strength of schedule, that's what's thrown Tulane up there.
yeah,
For a chance of getting in.
yeah, I was reading what you sent over there to me, and I don't know, it still just kind of gets a thorn in your side, you know, when you see a team that has a better record and they're
well,
back
you know, them guys
of rankings.
do the analytics. The guys that do the analytics are wishy-washy. Well, not you, but, you know, your cohorts. So, anyway. So let the games begin.
We're going to start off with Miami and Virginia Tech. Miami's number 13. They're 8-2. Virginia Tech's 3-7. I, of course, went with Miami. They've proven themselves several times to be a powerhouse. So I'm going with Miami.
And I'm right there with you, Grump.
Uh-huh.
And then we got Rutgers in Ohio, 11 o'clock also Central Time. They're, Ohio State's number 1. Rutgers, 5-5. Ohio State, they're 10-0. And, of course, got to go with them, too. You know, it's got to go with Ohio State. I've been with them all, you know.
You
still got my money on them.
You picked them to go all the way. You can't back out now.
Not a bit.
Oh, he'll get cold feet here by the time the playoffs start. I'm banking on it.
Yeah. Hell, I've already got my bet in on
Well, there you go. I can understand that. Well, naturally, I'm going to Ohio State as well.
And then 11 o'clock, we got Sanford and Texas A&M. Texas A&M is ranked number 3. And, I hope they do a hell of a lot better than they did last time. You know, last week there when they come out and, and had to had to make up 28 points in the second half. But of course, I'm going with Texas A&M on that. I think they just been playing some phenomenal ball, and I'm gonna stay with them.
And I'm with Texas A&M as well.
Okay.
And then we got this game here. Number 22, Missouri, playing number 8, Oklahoma, in Norman. Missouri 7-3. Oklahoma's 8-2.
Yeah, before you make your pick, Grump, before you make your pick, the quarterback, he's still on the maybe list.
Is he? He's a little bit on the gamey side?
That's what the reports are saying. They're acting like Zollers is the one that's going to take the helm.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I read it. Because I know the odds dropped heavily on Missouri, and but I'm gonna go ahead and take them. I'll go ahead and I'm hoping their defense can. This is going to be a game of defense. I mean, both of these teams have a powerhouse of defense, and when you go back over the schedules and everything, Oklahoma and Missouri both had two of the toughest schedules in the conference, and to be where they're at, I think it just speaks volumes of the defense and how these teams play together here. So I'm still going to go with Missouri, I think.
Well, I'm going from the Sooners. I'm behind them. I think they should get by. I ain't saying they're going to run away with it, but it might be just a field goal game. And being in Norman and Oklahoma, it's like I said, if they could just get some kind of more offense going, I wouldn't be scared to say they could go all the way. But getting in the playoff depends on what bracket they get in. They're going to go deep. So, yeah, I'm going with Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at
that's one separate.
Well, I wasn't sure about that in the very beginning, what I was going to do. And on my, my betting lines that I do, I took the over the 42 points. I think they're going to be over. I think it's over 42 right now. I think that they're going to be up there on scoring. I mean, it's as good as the defenses are. Looking like I told Ed before. Looking at Missouri, they suck in the red zone as far as defense. I mean, 83% of the time, the opposite team there they score in the red zone there. So I'm hoping that it'll be over 43 points or combined. So we'll see what happens there. Then we got Charlotte and Georgia. Georgia's 9-1 and Charlotte's 1-9. So it wasn't a hard pick there. Georgia's just a good team. I mean, they just they're ranked number 4 right now, and they are just a good team. They kind of surprised everybody on how they're playing and everything, and how they just seem like they've gotten their game together. So it wouldn't surprise me if this team right here didn't do quite well in the SEC playoffs here. If they're they should make it, I would think. But what do you got, Ed?
I got Georgia. Yeah, that's a nice sleeper game for Georgia. They can, you got to take anybody serious. But man, if they lose to Charlotte, then they're going to be damaged so bad that they ain't going to even get in the playoffs. I'll tell you that right now. If they lose to Charlotte,
no, it'd be they'd drop heavily on that. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't go down 6 spots there if they lost that game. But then we got let's see here, Eastern Illinois and Alabama. Alabama's number 10. They're 8-2. I went with Alabama again. On this one, they that's another game that could cause problems. Illinois is 3-8. Eastern Illinois, I'm sorry, is 3-8. But I think Alabama's got the team that, that's another team that could, had they got their act together early, I think they'd be, a 10-0 team also. I mean, they've been impressive. So I'm going with, of course, Alabama.
Well, naturally, I'm going to Alabama too. Even though they lost to Oklahoma, I don't see them losing to no Eastern Illinois. And they're another team. If they lose, then you're out.
Yeah. Then we got Arkansas and Texas. Now, this is going to be Arkansas, I'm telling you, you just don't know what the hell's going to happen with Arkansas. I mean, they're 2-8 right now, but every game that they've lost, if you go back over them, I mean, they haven't lost by a hell of a lot. They've played their butts off, and I think they can give Manning everything that Manning needs there, as far as a competition. So, I haven't really been a big fan of Manning, or Texas. So I think I'm going to take Arkansas on this.
Ooh.
I think they can. I think, by golly, that they have nothing to lose besides to go out there and try to make a name for themselves and get a little bit of their self-respect back. And so I'm going to go with Arkansas.
Like say, great minds think alike. And really, I was thinking along those lines that you just described. But since you're going to give me an easy win, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take Texas.
Okay. All right.
So, that's two we're separated on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's see here what we got here. We got USC and Oregon. Now this is going to be a game here that's going to this is going to shake up some stuff here. I know this was a hard one to pick, but since they're playing in Oregon, I decided I'd go ahead and go with Oregon. And I'm not so sure Ed's going to do that, but he may.
No, Grump, you're analyzing my brain. USC has been showing a lot of disrespect, and Lincoln Riley's kind of using that as cannon fodder to pump his boys up. And it's like he said, game day's going to be out there, and he said they're not going to be out there for us, and they're using that for bulletin board material. And there's a possibility if they win, they're going to increase their chances of getting an invite into the playoff. And I'm going with USC, my friend.
I thought you would. I just thought he would.
Yeah, you're reading my thought process.
We got, let's see here, moving down, we got Kentucky and Vanderbilt. This will be a good game regardless, but I don't think Kentucky's got what it takes to get past Vandy. They have just been another team that was impressive from the very start, 8-2, and Kentucky's 5-5. But Kentucky's another one of them shockers. You never know what the hell is going to happen. Some games they just play their butts off, and that's why they got a 5-5 record. They're not consistent by any means, but they are a threat to Vandy. So I'm going with Vanderbilt.
Yeah, and I keep waiting for Kentucky to lower the hammer on old Mark Stoops, but they seem to be satisfied with the mediocre year. I mean, they always start out looking good, then they fizzle about the last or the middle of the season. But no, I don't think they got what it takes to handle Vanderbilt. So I'm going Vanderbilt as well.
Then we got Syracuse and Notre Dame. Here's another game. Like I said, I wish Notre Dame would get off their ass and get in a conference instead of doing this independent stuff. I think it wouldn't be 9 if they was. I mean, they got an 8-2 record, but if they were playing a tough schedule like Oklahoma's played or Missouri's played or Texas A&M's played, they wouldn't have a 8-2 record. I would just about guarantee. They got 3 good players on that team. Quarterback, of course, he's been hitting some good some good passes. You got a running back that's been pretty much a powerhouse, and you got one receiver that he seems to be able to catch about anything that's thrown up at him. But you need more than that. And I'm going with Notre Dame, but Syracuse, they put Clemson in their place, so they may, you never know. But I'm going to go with Notre Dame on this.
Well, every time I go against Notre Dame, they go manhandle the team I think to beat them. And I definitely don't think Syracuse has got what it takes to beat Notre Dame. So, yeah, I'm right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Tulane and Temple. Tulane's 8-2, Temple's 5-5. Tulane's ranked number 24. That's a team that I don't know. I think they ought to be off the rankings, and North Texas should have been on there. But be that as it may, I'll go ahead and go with Tulane on this.
And I'm going with Tulane as well because Temple ain't done anything that's impressed me this year. So, and Tulane, I watched that Memphis game, and they beat a good Memphis team. And they got what it takes to beat Temple. So I'm going with Tulane.
Then we got 3 o'clock. We got TCU 6-4 against number 23 Houston 8-2. I went with Houston on this. I've kind of been with Houston a lot this year, and they got a decent team, but I don't think they're going to make the next round. As far as the rankings go, I think they're going to, even if they win this, I think there's going to be. They better win it big in order to make the next round, I would say.
Yeah, TCU, and they're like Kentucky this year. They started out hot and then they fizzled, and I don't know why, but their talent level ain't that of Houston, and so I'm going with Houston.
Then we got K-State and Utah. K-State's 5-5. Utah's 8-2. Utah's number 12, and I think Utah they've done a hell of a job this year. Really have. Of course, they didn't do great with BYU, but they have played some damn good ball. So yeah, I got to go with number 12 here, Utah.
And yeah, because if they win, they should be playing for the Big 12 championship against BYU. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Or is it Arizona State?
They would be I think they would be in the top 4 then in the Big 12, so they would be competing there. I think that's how that's going to work on that one. I'd have to look at it again, but I did read something that said that they would be in there. So
yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. So has Cincinnati played Utah? They haven't played Utah yet.
Yeah, they did.
Who did Cincinnati play last week?
That was
Utah.
Okay.
Didn't they play?
No, it was Arizona. They lost that game to Arizona at the last quarter. Yeah.
They did play Utah, though.
I'm definitely going with Utah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, mate, no, I know they got BYU, and I think it's Utah's next. Okay.
It might, yeah, it might be next. I seen it on, yeah, okay.
So anyway, I'm going with Utah.
I got you. And then we got number 16 here, Georgia Tech. Pittsburgh, 7-3, is playing Georgia Tech at Georgia Tech, 9-1. That's another team right there that just played their butts off this year. And of course, I'm kind of torn on this one, but Pittsburgh has everything to beat Georgia Tech, but I just don't think they're going to do it at Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech seems to play the best when they're on their home field, and You know, so I'm gonna stick with Georgia Tech on this one.
Even though I was disappointed with Pittsburgh last week, I'm really not ready to give up on them. Georgia Tech, I don't know. Well, they're going to might be playing in the conference championship, but they're not. To me, they're another one of them teams that just don't. When it gets into a big game, they just don't show up. And I look for Pittsburgh to knock them off, so I'm going with Pittsburgh.
Okay, so there's a divide. Well, hold the thought there, because we're up to the news break. So Ed's going with Pitt. All right, for 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The DOJ has not set a date for releasing the remaining Jeffrey Epstein files.
But we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
AG Pam Bondi says a New York investigation involves fresh information. The documents must be made public within 30 days, although it's unclear what may be redacted. The State Department is offering a reward of $15 million for information leading to the arrest of Canadian Olympic snowboarder Ryan Wedding.
Here's reporter Morgan Chesky with the story.
Authorities saying Wedding, who allegedly uses the names El Jefe, Giant, and Public Enemy, runs one of the world's most dangerous drug trafficking rings, working closely with the notorious Sinaloa cartel.
A new indictment unsealed Wednesday accuses Wedding of placing a bounty on the head of a federal witness who was gunned down in a Columbia restaurant before he could testify against him. Wedding faces a number of charges, including murder, witness tampering, and drug trafficking. Wedding competed for Canada in the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Party politics appears to have an influence on the health decisions parents make for their children.
The Pew Research Center surveyed about 5,000 U.S. adults and found over 70% of Republicans believe parents should decide which vaccines should be given to children, compared to only 46% of Democrats, who believe medical experts should play a larger role in childhood vaccine policy decisions. The data shows a majority from both sides agree that childhood vaccines are effective at preventing serious illness, though there is less support from Republicans for school vaccine requirements. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones was down 386 points, the S&P 500 dropped 103 points, and the Nasdaq plunged 486 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A DHS civilian employee hired under the Biden administration was among 16 men arrested in Minnesota in a sting targeting those seeking sex with a 17-year-old. ICE says the worker was immediately suspended. Officials warn that online platforms are making trafficking stings harder and calling for tighter accountability. Florida Congresswoman Sheila Trefilius-McCormick and several co-defendants have been indicted for allegedly stealing $5 million in FEMA disaster relief funds, funneling the money through multiple accounts and straw donors to support her 2021 congressional campaign. If convicted, she faces up to 53 years in prison. Federal authorities say the case underscores that no one is above the law when it comes to taxpayer funds. Two recent studies suggest a possible link between COVID-19 vaccinations and a higher rate of kidney injury, as well as mild respiratory infections, though experts urge caution. Older adults and those with chronic conditions are more likely to get multiple doses, which could affect results. A Missouri judge is set to resign over his Elvis appreciation.
Judge Matthew E.P. Thornhill agreed to step down from the bench within 2 years as punishment for courtroom misconduct. That includes wearing an Elvis wig on the bench, playing Elvis music while swearing in litigants, and discussing his political campaign in court. Thornhill says he was trying to add levity to the proceedings and put people at ease, but says his actions were misguided. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And away we go. Here comes a Friday from time zone to time zone. Welcome aboard, our friends in Denver, Colorado, joining us this hour. All right, we're going to be working our way 21st day of November. So weekend comes our way. And of course, we left off with the prognosticator of prognosticators and the grumpy old grump. The analyst. So we had Georgia Tech and Pitt's where we left off, and I think Ed said you were going with Pitt when all was said and done.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
And don't forget, now, we got an announcement to make, so don't be cutting us off.
I'm not going to do that. I've got some questions, so we got to work things out for next week anyway, which is going to be a barn burner, as you said. But how many? We got a few picks left here first, right? What do we got?
Yeah. Go ahead, Grump.
We got Illinois 7-3 against Wisconsin 3-7, and of course Illinois is ranked number 21. I went with Illinois on this. They've played pretty good this year, but I don't think they're going to do anything but other than just have a ranking. So went with Illinois.
And I'm going with Illinois. Wisconsin was a Pickle was the coach up there that dumped on Cincinnati.
Yep.
I can tell you right now, by next year they're going to run him off if he doesn't improve that team. So right now they ain't no improvement, and Illinois is going to take them.
Yeah, that used to be a good team. I mean, they used to be a powerhouse, and then they need to.
It seems like since Pickle's taken over, they just went downhill completely.
All right. Then we got 6:30 p.m. We got Tennessee playing Florida at Florida. 7-3 Tennessee, 3-7 Florida. Tennessee's ranked number 20. Of course, I went with Tennessee on this. But there again, Florida is not a team to underestimate. They can surprise you, put it that way. They've had a few shakeups along the way, but the Gators, I think, when they get a good coaching staff in there here, probably they're going to be something to deal with next year. I think they're going to bring back a few players and try to recruit in some good ones. The way they're talking, and I think they're going to be a force to reckon with next year. But this year, they're just one of them sleeper teams that can show up and play some damn good ball and ruin somebody's standings. But I'm going to go with Tennessee on this.
And I'm going with Tennessee as well. I just don't see Florida beating Tennessee, and so I did actually thought for a little bit of taking Florida, but no, they're just sorry. Who's that dingbat that loves Florida so much?
That's her.
She's the only hope. Yeah, that's her team, and I know.
Brain Dead is Tennessee.
Brain Dead, he's a Tennessee man. I hate to be in their house this weekend.
Right.
But dingbat, your husband, get up, and make him a nice breakfast so he can enjoy it before you get mad at him.
It's got all day to stew on it.
There you go.
7 p.m.
Yep.
7 p.m. We got 9-1 BYU, number 11 on the rankings, playing Cincinnati, 7-3. I've kind of stuck with BYU on a lot, so I'm going to stick with BYU on this. But I think Cincinnati's going to give them everything. If they get past them, they're going to earn it. So I'm staying with BYU, but this is one of them where it's a hard decision.
Steve, Grump's an author, right? He writes books.
Yes.
Right? And for him to sit there and lick your behind, saying, "Oh, Steve, I'm going to take BYU, but I feel bad," telling me all he wants to do is calling you into writing, letting him write your biography before you retire. And but you remember Big Ed, the man that stood beside you, and when I tell you, charge him a little extras and so I put some money in my pocket. I'm going with Cincinnati out of respect for you, Steve.
Oh boy,
you go.
Who's the bootlicker here?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, no, we're friends then, and this ain't the end of my friend.
He don't have a
Guarantee
dynamite anymore where he can blow you up, everybody. So you know.
No, I think Cincinnati's got what it takes to beat BYU, and I know they're smarting from last week. They can still upset. I mean, it's their last chance. But if they get by BYU, that's going to give them all the fire they need to go out there and knock off Utah. So after this weekend, I'll probably flush them down the toilet. But right now, that turd's going to stay right in the water.
All right, we got a 7 p.m. game, number 25, Arizona State, 7-3, playing Colorado, 3-7. Buffalo's hadn't done a hell of a lot. Dion, he's he's just kind of, I don't know. I think he's wanting to get back down to somewhere like Florida State. So I don't know what's going on with him, but he hasn't been much of a coach this year. He's been more of a show up and raise hell kind of guy than he has been anything else. But Arizona State, I got to go with them. 7-3. They've, that team can surprise you. I mean, they just play ball. I mean, they just come out and play ball. So I don't know. I think Colorado's got to have a rebuild here pretty soon, or they're not gonna do worth a damn next year either.
Well, I don't think Deion Sanders is that bad of a coach. I really don't. And I think he's probably a good recruiter. But he's had so many darn health issues with his diabetes. And that's just hard to go through what he's been going through health-wise.
Yeah,
and
cancer.
Really, you're right, and concentrate on what he needs. I mean, I hate to say it, but he probably ought to think about retiring at a young age and just go enjoy watching his boys play pro ball and just get out of coaching. And I mean, Deion has brought us a lot of pleasure over the years of watching his talent and playing, and I think he's a decent coach and a good motivator. But he's just not 100% there this year, and that's why I'm not going to take no color at it. But I do have a lot of respect for Deion Sanders. I wish he wasn't fighting them health issues like he is, but I'm going Arizona State.
He seems like he's just been angry as hell this year. I mean, from the beginning of the year. Last year he did a hell of a job,
I would be. It just because those health issues, man, there's just no way he's going to sit there and tell me he can concentrate on, it takes a lot to keep those kids in line and getting them motivated and just, I think it's time for him just to retire and go enjoy what years he's got left. But I'm not Deion Sanders either, but people beat him up so much about they didn't think he's that great of a coach, but he is a decent guy. If he was just full 100% healthy, I think we'd see a whole lot more out of him. But no, I'm with you. It's Arizona State.
I think he'd be better as a offensive coordinator or special teams coach than he is as a head coach. Because he's always been in special teams and he knows it inside and out. And I don't know. Like I said, last year they did pretty damn good last year. And this year it's just like they just fell flat. And I don't think it was completely about his health issues. I think they lost some good players, and they just lack motivation. When you see some of that Colorado team, how they're playing and stuff, I mean, they're making stupid damn mistakes. When you look over the penalties and everything, and I was rooting for him this year. I really wanted him to succeed and everything because of his health and things, but I just think Deion ought to go back to special teams or something, and
take some of the pressure off.
In my humble opinion, whatever that's worth. And we got.
I'm right there with you.
And we got last game here is just the right in here. We got Michigan and Maryland. And of course, I'm gonna go with Michigan on this. I think they played some good ball. They really have. And it's sorry I missed them. I don't know what the hell why I didn't put them on this sheet. I had them on the last one, but I think Michigan. I think they're going to give Ohio State all they can handle in the last game here, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm still rooting for Ohio, but to take it all in the Big Ten, but we'll see what happens. And as be the champions this year again, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see, Michigan, if they win out, if they win tomorrow and then they beat Ohio State, they're going to be right there on the bubble getting an invite. These 12 teams aren't, other than the 4 conference winners, and the one that large, from the group of 5, and that leaves, 7 teams. Good possibility Michigan might be one of them. So, I'm going with Michigan as well, just for that very reason, because they got a lot to play for. So,
yeah. I think
so how many games are we separate? Are we separate on 5?
Let's see here. I see 1.
Yeah, I see 5. 5.
Yeah, I'm seeing it too.
Yeah, but I'm 5 games ahead of you, Grump. So either you're going to catch me or we're going to split. So it's going to come down to the wire with you and me.
Yeah, it's gonna. I think you're gonna. I don't think I'm gonna sneak up on you there. I think you're pretty safe there, buddy.
Well, I appreciate the kudos. All right, Steve, before we make this big announcement, you said you had some questions?
Well, what are we going to do next week? We're only here like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. Are we going to try to make our because
we got to make our picks Wednesday then.
Okay, because Thanksgiving weekend, man, that's Wednesday. I mean, you got like you said, barn burners. That what do they call that? Rivalry weekend or something or
rivalry. How can you say the word? Rivalry and upset.
Okay.
Yep.
And
you got Texas A&M playing, and man, they hate each other's guts. So that's always a beat up.
Yeah, we already know.
And you got Alabama and Auburn.
We know Ed's going for Michigan. He's determined that's going to upset the apple cart with Ohio State. I know that.
Right, naturally, and now I hold that out there open because something may happen to Michigan that I have to back off in talks. But right now, I can assure you next week, unless something just drastically changes, then I'm going to be going with Michigan because I know Grump's going to Ohio State, that's for sure. So I don't, that's just so.
So we'll have it on the calendar for Wednesday morning then. Wednesday. Okay, very good.
Right. Not Tuesday, but you're going to be in there Wednesday night, Thursday morning, correct?
No. That's Thanksgiving morning. That's on. It'll be Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. It'll be my last day next week.
Okay.
So I'll be off Thursday and Friday.
All right, Grump. We've got to call in Tuesday night to do our picks Wednesday morning.
Yeah, because rankings will be out at 8:00, so we'll get that done, and we'll have time to get everything lined out and go from there.
All right, Steve, my friend. You and I talked to Grump. I mentioned it to him today. We're going to have a third picker next year because if I beat Grump, naturally he's going to want to try to. Even up the odds or the score, and, it ain't a one and done deal. He's going to want to try to put me in my place. We thought about Captain Ron, but, these guys that want to base go on everything about their emotions, they're worthless pickers because he can't get his mind past Michigan. And then you got Heat Wave, who can't make up his mind about who he's rooting for, A&M or the New Mexico Lobos. And he's already bashing A&M. So that's too much emotions. So guess who we're going to pick to go head-to-head with us next year?
Who's that?
You are second to no one in picking weather. You are second to no one in political talk. You don't try to knock George Norrie out of his place dealing with aliens and ghosts. So you are going to be picking right alongside us. That way you ain't sitting there like a knot on a log.
Oh, boy.
And you're going to have a vested interest in this. And so you're going to be going up against me and Grump next year. So you're going to have to do some picking right along with us.
All right.
And it'll be a three-way, and we're going to knock ESPN. And that way maybe we can pick up some more sports listeners on your Thursday night, Friday morning show and Sunday night, Monday morning show. I know I've seen comments, well, you got to talk football. Well, to them people, I say, go watch cement dry. You know?
Oh, wow.
You talk trucking issues, you talk politics, you talk weather. So an hour on a Thursday night, Friday morning, or an hour Sunday night, Monday morning, I fail to see where we talk sports that it don't bring a little good variety to the show. What about you? What do you think?
100%. I every once in a while I see someone say, I can't wait for football season to be. I mean, not everybody's not a football fan. I know that. But, I mean, like you said, we're only using 30, 45 minutes typically on any Monday or Friday. Come on. Have some fun, folks.
Yeah. So, right. Have some fun. I really appreciate Grump doing this with me and taking it serious. But, like I say, last year I did it. And this year been with Grump. It's just been great. I've enjoyed the heck out of it because you hear us talking to each other. And we talk to each other during the week. We don't know who we're going to pick, but like he's already picking my brain. He knew I was going to go with USC.
Mm-hmm.
And we're constantly talking back and forth. And I'm trying to figure him out and thinking, okay, who's Grump? Because I pretty well had Grump figured out who he was going for. And I'm like, okay, yeah, can I go different on this team and come out with a win? And now Grump right quick because I'm a nice guy. You sure you don't want to change that Missouri pick?
I had you picked I had 4 marks on yours and got every one of them right. I didn't pick the 5th one there, but now I got to stick with Missouri. I got to show them some love here, buddy. I only live, my VA's right across the street there, and
you don't want to get
you want to change your mind on Cincinnati, or you want to continue kissing that butt?
Man, no, I think Cincinnati's going to take them. I really do. So, but Steve, next year, you get ready. You're going to be picking right along with it.
Oh, sounds good to me.
And then you got them. All right. Well, guys, like I say, I may not know it all, but I know my football. And until Sunday night, Monday morning, everybody be safe out there. And we're looking forward to watching some good football this weekend. Thank you, Grump. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
The prognosticator of prognosticators. And Grump as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll chat maybe later because we got all kind of interesting things to delve into this Friday morning. All right. Moment to say hello to some of the folks checking in Facebook, YouTube. Hello to the Beach Bum. Morning, Steve. A cool 64 degrees. Gainesville, Florida tonight. We're going to be headed out to the beach this weekend to enjoy 85-degree weather down here in Clearwater, Florida. Wow. Yeah, I know it's going to cool off a bit, right in time for just after, right about Thanksgiving, I think. But, yeah, beautiful weather this weekend. All right. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida is well on board. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family, Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. 64 degrees there as well. Went to the eye doc. She said one eye's a little better, the other's a little worse, so I got some new lenses. Had to put them in the same frames. Had to then go load for Dayton, Ohio, which I'm going to hold till after Thanksgiving, then transfer to one of my other trucks amid what I'm calling a multi-freight truck shuffle to make sure everything's covered and I get some more time off. I've been working on pricing runs for another customer for runs all the way through April of next year, but getting everything ready to be off next week. Our trip to Mom's, went to see one of the grandkids at the chorus recital this past evening. Stopped to get some Mexican. All right, so we could go home, watch the game. I'm 0-1 so far. Have a great night, better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. In other words, you picked Buffalo to win Thursday night football. Oops, 0-1. There's a name from the past, old Ironfoot. Good to have you with us. His real name's Gerald. I met Ironfoot several times over the years when he was a truck driver there at the Mid-America Truck Show. He used to bring your big dogs down there. He is now a minister. Good to have you on board. Hello to the hired gun. Morning, Steve. All the cool kids from Northwest Georgia. Drummer Gorl, what do you got? Morning, all 45 clouds here in Northeast Philly tonight. This year we're going to go to my sister-in-law's for Thanksgiving. I work Wednesday and Thursday, so I'll have to take a nap on the hour drive home. It sucks to work on Thanksgiving Day, doesn't it? All right, Gary is in the house as well. We'll get to Eskimo Mom and some of the others coming up here. And, of course, your thoughts at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com. Newsbreak on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Despite Congress overwhelmingly passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act and President Trump signing it, it still remains unclear when the public will see the files or how complete they're going to be. The law directs the DOJ to release all unclassified records within 30 days, but allows redactions in order to protect victims, ongoing investigations, or classified material. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will follow the law, noting a new investigation into Epstein's ties could further complicate disclosure. The White House says the economy is strong and points to a September's job report, which shows more jobs added than expected.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers, the opposite of what we saw under the previous administration.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump's economic policies put more money in Americans' pockets and noted that the price of a typical Thanksgiving dinner has dropped. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of healthcare right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before November 15th, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades, and with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before November 15th. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40, 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group.
Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. So here we go on a Friday. Eskimo Mom chimes in. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, Hump Day, whatever day. But here we are, 6 days till Thanksgiving. 34 days till Christmas. Still dealing with the head cold. I hope it wraps up by the end of the weekend because I'm having an early Thanksgiving with my aunt and cousins Monday. Hubby has a doctor appointment Tuesday, got a regular work week all next week, of course, thanks to Thanksgiving, with a modification or two for a store that's going to be closing like after 5 p.m. for Thanksgiving. Folks, please be nice to the restaurant, retail workers, and anyone has to work next weekend because many of them are keeping America rolling while you're chilling on the couch next weekend, watching all that football. And just a public service announcement. Don't forget, if you find yourself in trouble for whatever reason on Thanksgiving and the popo shows up and you get arrested, remember the judge won't be back till probably Monday at the earliest. Just saying. Not the way you want to spend your Thanksgiving weekend, right? In the clink. Anyway, finishing up a drop and hook at my store before heading back to the yard. I'll be doing this all again 24 hours from now. We've got dense fog advisories being issued. Clouds, hazy, 51 in northwestern Kentucky tonight. Very good. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Hello to the tapeworm, checking in from a foggy, rainy Little Rock, Arkansas. Yeah, drivers, have a great night. Hello to Jerry. Good Friday, everyone. Be safe. Enjoy your weekend. Well, it's kind of a deja vu. Here we go again. Industry headlines. Every time you turn around, your electronic logging device may no longer be good. As the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration announcing this past day, there's 5 more ELDs being removed from the list of registered devices. This time around, the affected devices include On-Time Logs PT from On-Time Logs Incorporated, Greenlight ELD, provided by Greenlight ELD LLC. You've got Sahara ELD, US Fast ELD, and the last on the list is ELD Wise, W-I-S-E, according to the FMCSA, removed because the companies failed to meet the minimum requirements in the rule book. So, carriers and drivers, if you're using any of these listed devices, number 1, discontinue using the revoked ELDs, revert to paper logs or logging software for your hours of service data. Replace the revoked ELD with compliant ELDs from the registered devices list before January 20th. And just hope and pray that whichever device you opt to purchase next, it doesn't end up on the revoked list next week. I guarantee this has happened to some companies and drivers out there. Meanwhile, it looks like Pennsylvania, it's your turn to be in the hot seat. According to Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, threatening to withhold tens of millions of dollars federal funding after the nationwide audit exposed Pennsylvania, like California and several others, has issued licenses to ineligible and unqualified foreign drivers. We found numerous PennDOT failures during the audit. This past day, Secretary Sean Duffy issuing a public statement warning his department's going to withhold $75 million in funding if the state fails to, quote, immediately revoke those illegally issued licenses and correct dangerous failures the DOT identified in their commercial license program. He pointed to the nationwide FMCSA audit of non-domiciled CDLs that showed numerous failures by PennDOT, including failing to require any proof of lawful presence before issuing a CDL, issuing non-domiciled CDLs with an expiration date that extends well beyond the driver's authority to actually stay in the United States. We are demanding Pennsylvania take the following actions to avoid losing millions in transportation funding. First, immediately pause the issuance of all new, renewed, transferred, or upgraded non-domiciled CDLs or commercial learner's permits. Number 2, conduct a comprehensive internal audit to identify every non-domiciled license that was issued in violation of federal regulations and the policies, practices, and procedures that allowed for the issuance of said licenses. Number 3, void or rescind all unexpired, non-compliant licenses and remove unqualified drivers from the road. This right on the heels of the news where Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested that truck driver from Uzbekistan last week. Mr. Bozarov, the 31-year-old who was in Kansas on an immigration violation, but on a wanted terrorism charges list in his home country. He was holding that Pennsylvania-issued non-domiciled CDL after entering the U.S. illegally in 2023. This department is taking every measure to ensure dangerous foreign drivers are not illegally operating 40-ton vehicles on America's roads, says Duffy. Joe Biden allowed tens of millions to pour into this country, including a suspected terrorist who Pennsylvania then allowed to get behind the wheel of a semi. So there you go, Pennsylvania in the hot seat here. Well, what do we have? Hey, Mike. Well, Becky. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, hold your horses on the hey, Mike. But I don't know. Didn't Becky miss her beginning of the week there? So really, is it really hey Becky? Or
she don't know what day it is.
Maybe we'll just call it Casual Friday. Maybe we'll just call it Casual Friday and call it good.
There you go.
But anyways, yeah. Hello to everybody out there. So, anyways, we got the old Kenworth made it feel better there. Swapped out a fuel filter for it, brought it home and did the fuel filter change there, and so it's a little more appreciative and wanting to go down the road better this morning. So I think we got things straightened out here for a little while. We'll see how long this one lasts, or I don't know what caused it to plug up so fast, but anyways, so we're out here doing our thing for the last day of the week, Your Honor. So we're taking tomorrow off so that we got things to get ready to do and need some extra time to not be coming home and having to sleep half the day away before I go to do that parade for tomorrow night. So haven't seen any lately updated weather forecasts, but I know that we're kind of in some misty stuff around tonight. It's kind of let up for right now, but you can see a pretty low ceiling out there. We don't have fog, but there's a pretty low ceiling out there. So I guess at any point things could be coming down to the ground. So anyways, other than that, I don't have a truck with a temperature gauge, so I can't tell you what it is.
Are you doing the fire truck thing? Do you put Christmas lights? Like, do you light up the truck or just?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. So I'm taking the fire engine up, and I actually got some what do they call them? RGB or RBG lights. They're kind of like LED, except for they got a remote control on them, and you can actually change their colors.
Right.
So I can have red and green, or I can have red and white, or I can have red, white, and blue. I got all kinds of different color combinations we can set up. So, and then of course you can have them go in all the different patterns and chase patterns and blink patterns and all that. So we got lights to put all the way around the truck, and got a blow up polar bear thing if the power inverter will give enough current for it. We got a blow up polar bear to put up on the top that's lit up there with some LED lights. So I don't know. We're hoping to have a pretty good show. It's the first one, and I'd like to have a few more lights, but as I say, it's the first one, and I don't know. Just like everything else, at some point either you or I could run to be the president of the Procrastinators Club, but do you have the same problem I do, is you don't get around to putting your hat in the ring for the election? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I always get behind on doing stuff, and then the next thing you know, it's here, and it's like now we're rushing around to try to make it happen, and I don't know. Have you got your Christmas lights put on your house yet? You had a nice weekend there, one weekend. Did you get it done?
No, not a thing.
Damn, you don't go up on a ladder anymore anyways, don't you? You got to wait for Steven to come over and do that?
I try to let him get up there, I'd rather he do it than I, so.
That's right. It doesn't hurt you as much if he falls, right?
Bingo.
But and it's easier to hold the Miller Lite there, and if you're up there on the ladder trying to hold on with one hand and staple the lights on with the other, it's hard to hold the Miller Lite with the third hand there, type of thing. But anyways, so we're hoping to have a pretty good show, and the staging area I'm in, I'm going to be with a lot of other businesses by the looks of it. They've given us the route and all the staging area and where everybody's supposed to be, and an order number for the parade and everything. So I'm going to take I got some stuff made out there to kind of just a little thing of who I am and a way to get, to the donation page and see who I am, and maybe we can find a couple more businesses to help out there. So anyways, I'm going to try to be there a little bit early and hopefully have time to get all the lights put on and then wander around and mingle a little bit and see if we can talk to some people and see what we can figure out. But other than that, I don't know. It's going to be a pretty decent weekend by the looks of it, and a short week for you next week. How'd you pull that off, Your Honor? I don't know. But anyways, I'll be back out here.
This is our list of holidays. I mean, we do get some holidays, and I'm trying to call. What day is Christmas on this year? It's on a Saturday, so I think it's a Saturday. So we get Friday morning off, then Saturday, and I don't know. I have to look at the calendar to see if I want to use up some of my vacation days before the end of the year, and normally that's a good time to do it.
Yeah. Well, if Christmas is on Saturday, I might have a 2-day weekend, 2 weeks in a row. Saturday, Christmas and then New Year's would be two 2-day weekends for me. But yeah, next week, guaranteed. I'll get done with Thanksgiving dinner and grab a couple-hour nap, and I'll be back at it for Friday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning. So, anyways, if you feel like it, you want to come get on the air, you run down to the secret bunker real quick, and flip the switch on if you really want to. If you can't sleep or something, you know how it is, you get used to that being up overnight schedule. If you can't sleep or something, we all wouldn't mind if you came in, because we all get the notification when you flip the switch. But anyways, I don't know. We really don't have a lot, so we were just kind of rambling on your casual Friday here. So we're going to get down here to D.C., outside D.C., and do something. And as long as we don't have a big glow in the sky, I guess we'll be good to go home. And I guess I'm just waiting to see if I hear anything on the other truck there. But as I say, I'm kind of guessing. All I know is it happened in the clutch area in the bell housing there. So I don't know if it's the input shaft to the transmission, or if it was the clutch or flywheel or the end of the crank on the motor. So at some point, maybe in the near future, if we hear something from the high up muckety muck, if he wants to tell us what's going on, then we'll find out. But if not, I don't usually ask too many questions. I just wait for them to tell me what's going on. So, but other than that, Your Honor, unless we come up with something good there, we'll chat at you next week. We'll have a good weekend, and unless we find something for you in the loneliest hour there.
Thank you much, Horse Feathers. Appreciate you checking in on a casual Friday, indeed. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Back into
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Rolling toward the weekend. And we'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. See what Eagle has on his mind here on a Friday. What's going on, Eagle? Ready for the weekend?
Yeah, I'm rolling towards Texas. I just delivered this load. I'm over here in Atlanta, Georgia tonight, Steve. Delivered a load, and I'm getting ready to head back to Texas. Should be in Texas by, let's see, what's the first Saturday? Yeah, by Monday morning, and I'll take it off the rest of the week. For Thanksgiving, I'll still be calling in once I get home, but yeah, I'm gonna roll. I'm headed towards Texas, about 800 or 900 miles from Atlanta, Georgia. I told you I didn't want to be on the road next week, because I think they said it's going to be record high. It might be an all-time record for vehicles on the road next week.
Yeah.
For cars, a lot of people going to be driving instead of flying because it's so expensive to fly. So there's going to be a lot of vehicles on the road next couple of days, next week. So I don't want to be a part of none of that. So I decided I was going to go ahead and go home. And you can't really, like I said, you can't really make no money that week, no way, Steve, because a lot of the warehouses are closed. Some people going to be closed on Wednesday. They're going to be closed Thursday and Friday. And Black Friday, a lot of places going to be closed Friday. And just Saturday and Sunday, most places are closed. So you might as well shut it down for the week if you can. That's if you can, because it really don't do no good to stay out on the road. Because like I said, most of the warehouses and things are closed for delivery. So you might as well just shut it down. That's what I'm gonna do. And enjoy the football games. On Thursday, they got 3 good games coming on. I'm gonna try to watch all 3 of them. They got some good ball games. The college games on Friday. Keep me busy, that's a rivalry game week when you got Georgia and Georgia Tech. You got Clemson and South Carolina, and who else they got? Nebraska, and I think Oklahoma get together. It's Alabama and Auburn, always a good. Ohio, can't forget about probably the biggest game in college football is Ohio State and Michigan. They gonna hook it up. And, so Ohio State, we'll see if they can get by them. That's the only roadblock for Ohio State from going undefeated 2 years in a row. We'll see if they can get by Michigan, because, even though Michigan is not as good as they've been, they're going to be ready for Ohio State. Mm-hmm. So Ohio State, they better come in that game. Ohio State better be ready to play, when they show up to that stadium. I'm not sure where they're playing at this year. I don't know if it's Ohio State or are they playing at Michigan Stadium. I haven't had a chance to check and see the location, but it's going to be a good game wherever they play it at. So I'll definitely be watching that game. So there's plenty of football on next week. Ain't no doubt about it. They even got a game on Friday, an NFL game on Black Friday for people that don't like to shop. They got a game on Friday night, so I'll probably be watching that because I don't believe in that Black Friday. I've heard about Black Friday. I don't know if you, before I get to the politics, Steve, I don't know if you heard the trick that they play on people on Black Friday, Steve, but it's not really, people are not really saving money. I think you said this a couple of years ago. The trick that they play on these people is that, they say you got a TV that's $1,000. They'll tack on another $200 to that TV and make it $1,200, and then they'll tell you that they'll knock off $200 and tell you saving $200, but you're still paying the same amount that you would have paid normally. They're not cutting you no slack. These people go out there and think they're saving money, and they're still paying the same price. And then another thing that they got going on, especially down here in Texas, well, it goes on everywhere, is you got these idiots that sleep out in the parking lot waiting for the store to open, after Thanksgiving. Yeah, I've seen women do that. They eat their Thanksgiving Day dinner, and then they rush out to go to a parking lot so they can sleep out in the car and wait for the store to open up on Friday morning. And a lot of times people don't get robbed. What happens everywhere down in Texas, you got a guy that's sitting out in the car, sleeping in a car with a $2,000 or $3,000 cash, because he want to buy a big screen, flat screen TV or something,
right?
Some other thing that he.
Yeah, we gotta pause there. Hold the thought. We'll be right back. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with Tel. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers is stepping back from his teaching role at Harvard University, where he once served as president, over emails showing his close ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He's also resigning from the board of OpenAI.
The released emails showed that Larry Summers stayed in close communication with Jeffrey Epstein, even after the late financier's conviction for sex offenses. The emails revealed that Summers made sexist comments and asked Epstein for romantic advice. Earlier this week, Sommers said he would be stepping back from public commitments. The Center for American Progress, where Sommers was a senior fellow, has now also severed ties with the former Treasury Secretary. Sommers has said he is deeply ashamed of his actions and takes full responsibility for his misguided decision to continue communicating with Epstein. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
2 federal courts have blocked a new Texas law requiring the Ten Commandments to be posted in public schools. The law is also being challenged at the Fifth Circuit, making a Supreme Court review likely.
We are a long way from this issue being over.
Supporters like Jonathan Covey of Texas Values argue the display provides students historical context on the American justice system. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is responding to the NTSB's preliminary report on the UPS plane that crashed in Louisville. The report says the plane's left engine and pylon detached shortly after takeoff with cracks and signs of overstressing.
I do know that the plane had undergone, at least from what I read, the regular suggested maintenance and reviews, but certainly this is something we have to learn more about.
3 crew members and 11 people on the ground were killed. Beshear says UPS must aid in healing and support for the victims' families. The final NTSB report is expected in 18 to 24 months. Israel says Hamas is undermining the Gaza ceasefire, launching attacks that prompted a new Israeli airstrike. Mossad also reports uncovering a Hamas network planning attacks across Europe. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Great Plains Food Bank pop-up of Fargo, North Dakota, feeds around 800 families in under an hour.
Wednesday, the lengthy line of cars reflected the continued need for food assistance. The Community Impact Manager at GPFB said they've run out of food at almost every mobile distribution this month. The pantry provided produce, chicken, and rice before ultimately running out of supplies. Even a week after the shutdown ended, hundreds of families still rely on these pantries to feed themselves. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A former school counselor in Fort Collins, Colorado, has been accused of having a sexual relationship with a student.
Former Poudre Community Academy counselor Janelle Edsall has been booked into the Larimer County Jail on 2 felony counts of sexual assault and 1 misdemeanor of false reporting. Authorities are concerned there may be more victims and are asking for tips. Edsall has not been with the district since July. She also worked as a private practice counselor at Vine Counseling. I'm Connor Shreve.
A new study claims the first kiss happened at least 16 million years ago.
The study claims the practice of pressing lips together with another being likely began with primates and then moved to Neanderthals. Scientists call it, quote, oral contact with some movement of the lips, mouth parts, and no food transfer. And they say its evolutionary function remains unclear, but it appears to have always been a display of affection between genders. Researchers at Oxford University say they've also seen the behavior in certain bears, birds, and insects. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, another hour, rolling into a Friday. There you go. Of course, we know millions of people planning to travel next week, the busy Thanksgiving week. Many may face some weather-related delays across large portions of the country. According to AccuWeather forecasters, many disruptions will be caused by a storm swinging out of the southwestern U.S., then sending downpours and possibly severe weather across the central, southern, and eastern U.S. Close to 82 million people anticipated to travel this year, according to the numbers from AAA. So some of the problems actually begin here this weekend, and that storm that emanates in the southwest eventually becomes kind of a coast-to-coast storm from west to east with each passing day, bringing travel disruptions. Some of the more significant disruptions may actually be Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, which typically is like one of the busiest travel days leading up to Thanksgiving. Maybe more on the traveler's weather coming up. Let me get back and finish up with Eagle here. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, Steve. Before I get to this very important thing that I'm about to talk about, because it seemed like every time, it seemed like every week or every other week, it gets more and more worse with these individuals, Steve. They give me plenty to talk about on your radio show. They definitely do that, but unfortunately, this time, what they did, they've gone a little bit too far, Steve. I keep saying they're going too far, and then they surprise me again with what these people do. But this here is probably one of the worst things they've done, Steve. You see what they did from 2020 to 24. They had the border wide open and let just anybody who come in this country that wanted to decide to walk in. We talked about that for 4 years. I talked about that, about what was going on with the illegal immigration. And now you see people thought I was just talking for 4 weeks, but now they see what's going on with the trucking industry and all these illegal truck drivers and all that. And now you see why I raised so much hell for 4 years about getting the borders shut down. Now they're taking it a step too far this time, Steve, way too far. Well, what the Democrats did, I know you had a couple people talk about it last night, but I didn't see. I wanted to see it for myself. What I saw on this video, Steve, totally appalled me. You got 6 people that work in Washington D.C., Senators, Congress, whoever they are, playing like one of your listeners said, patriotic music. And here's the sad part about the worst part about it, about what I'm about to say about these 6 people. All of them have military experience, Steve, and they had the nerve to say what they said on that video, where they were blatantly telling military people not to obey the orders of Donald Trump, the president, elected president. Like you say, he won both categories, the popular and the other vote that the people. He won the election fair and square, and these clowns still don't accept it. That's what really pisses me off. But then when they took it a step too far, Steve, when they told the people to not listen to Donald Trump's orders, these people have committed treason against their country when they did that, when they did what they did. There's no excuse. Donald Trump is the leader of the United States of America. He wants to do what's best for this country, and these people, they need to be fired. They need to be placed in jail for what they did. They should no longer be allowed to hold a job that they're holding right now, because what they're doing is blatant undermining of the president of the United States of America. This puts the USA in a bad situation. Let me just give you a scenario of how this could take place, Steve. Now you see, we already got military people in Venezuela right now, ships, planes, the whole deal. Now let's just have a scenario where we say Donald Trump decides to launch an attack on Venezuela. But guess what? One of the people that agree with these 6 individuals on the video, he decides that he's not gonna do what Donald Trump says. He's not gonna launch the air attack on Venezuela or launch an attack on one of these speedboats that's transporting drugs into the United States. So now we got a scenario where a speedboat full of drugs makes its way into the United States to poison even more American people, or even we got a plane that's flying over Venezuela without the protection of other planes because maybe one of the pilots decided that he wasn't going to abide by the orders that he was given. This is a very dangerous scenario, Steve. Very dangerous. You can have your own people in your own country undermining the president. Donald Trump is 100 times better than Joe Biden ever thought about being as president. And they never. Can you remember a time when Biden was in the White House, Steve, where the Republican or anybody else told the military not to abide by Joe Biden's orders? And Joe Biden had all kind of mental and physical problems while he was in the White House. Never did I hear anybody say don't abide by Joe Biden's orders. Like I said before, what the Democrats did yesterday was terrible, and it doesn't need to, and it needs to be punished. And like I said before, all 6 of these individuals need to be out of a job right now, because what they're doing is very dangerous, and they're going to get a damn civil war started if they continue with this type of rhetoric. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
And even throughout the past day, you got the liberal lefties. Yeah, they're trying to twist the narrative. Trump's the bad guy. You'll see headlines: President calls for congressmen and senators to be hung. Hang them. Let me give you the facts, as they say. President Trump, they say, suggesting the death penalty and arrest of those 6 individuals who encouraged rebellion from the military and CIA against him, lashing out at those 6 Democrat lawmakers that released the video Eagle was just talking about. He then reposted messages of support from users on his social media platform, including one that he reshared. Someone else said, hang him, George Washington would. But it starts with the 60-second video entitled Don't Give Up the Ship, featuring 2 senators and 4 House members, again, all with military experience, all Democrats, to which the president's, his own words were seditious behavior, punishable by death. The actual quote, it's called seditious behavior at the highest level. Each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. We won't have a country anymore. An example must be set. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. That was this past day. So the question, is sedition punishable by death? Apparently, I did a little research on my own. which says in the United States, sedition is not punishable by death under federal civilian law. It provides a maximum penalty of a fine and up to 20 years in prison. Now, the death penalty is a potential punishment, but under what they call the Uniform Code of Military Justice for active service members that would be convicted of mutiny or sedition. So although they have, military experience, they're not considered active. They are members of the government, but so when it comes to federal civilian laws, seditious conspiracy, as a conspiracy to use force against the U.S. government, prevent the execution of U.S. law or seize U.S. property. Maximum punishment for a civilian conviction, 20 years federal prison. Again, military law for those subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 94, specifies a person found guilty of mutiny or sedition shall be punished by death or such other punishment as a court-martial may direct. That's where that stands. I guess they're saying by sharing or resharing someone else's comment that the president, and they're going bat crap crazy. President Trump says we should hang these members of Congress. Take a chill pill, for crying out loud. Well, let's see, brain dead. I don't know, what day is it for you? Wacky Wednesday, you say?
Yep, Wacky Wednesday. Yep. So I know you're going to be there till Wednesday morning. Normally, my Monday, Tuesday, I'm off, and they canceled my Wednesday run, so I signed up to come in. Now, whether or not I run, I don't know, but I know Thursday we're closed, and then Friday's just going to be a normal run for me. So, Horse Brother said you're going to get out all the Christmas lights and hang them up with Miller Lights in your hand this weekend, huh?
At some point in time, I will. I don't know about this weekend. I don't know. I am the ultimate procrastinator, brain dead.
Well, I don't. We need to have a contest between you and Big Ed. I mean, we just need to have that. But just warn everybody, if you're coming down this way, the fog in Arkansas is really thick. So just slow down and be aware. But and speaking of horse feathers, I'm hoping he can answer me a question since he lives up in Maryland way. What is going on with the Key Bridge? I haven't heard any updates as to what's going on. I mean, they released a report finding a few days ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's like supposedly. I think the ship had a loose wire that caused the two blackouts. Yeah, that caused the crash. But the cost of the bridge, I think, is the bigger headline. It's like it's nearly doubled in cost since the original estimates.
I heard or saw something in passing, and I didn't quite believe it, is that they're having a funding problem to rebuild the bridge, and they have tore down all of the approaches down to the frame. Mm-hmm. I know Horse Feathers lives up that way. He could probably kind of help us out, but there is a yellow freight update, Steve. So Heatwave, if you're kind of listening, turn it up a minute. You'll love this. Now, remember a few days ago, the judge cited about changing this over from a Chapter 11 to a Chapter 7. Remember all this?
Yes.
Well, these slime balls, and I'm kind of cleaning it up a little bit, the MFN partners went and filed a appeal to the judge's ruling to, the appeals court in Delaware? I don't remember our court system, so please bear with me here. But they filed an appeals because they want their 45% that they are owed. And we were talking about this in some of the Teamster groups today. It's really upsetting that there's a law on the books. This is a federal law, if I remember right. And I know some states are 90 days, but federally speaking, it's a 60-day rule. So, how is this judge able to side with yellow and say, sorry, they don't have to abide by the 60-day Warren Act. This is a federal law here.
Mm-hmm.
And this judge just made his own law up as he went along. And now that MFN Partners wants their money, we as employees should have had our money first before anybody else was paid. Anybody else was paid, we should have been made whole. Now, I've said this the umpteenth degree, and I know Heatwave has as well. So, and it just shows you what has happened with the greed in this company. Because thanks to Dingbat doing a little digging and research on her downtime, this MFN Partners, what they do is they go in, they buy up a whole bunch of stock, hoping that they would get a larger slice of the pie on a bankruptcy. Now you see why I call them slime balls, and I'm cleaning that up for the sake of this show. So now all of our Warren Act money and all of our vacation and PTO money will not be heard until after the holidays, until after into 2026, till this appeal is heard. So how much more longer and how much more pissed off are people going to be? I just want this done and over with. I want to be able just to close this chapter of my life and move along. Hey, you know what? I had a great time at Yellow. I have a lot of memories there. I worked with a lot of great people that I'm still friends with. But hey, at the end of the day, it's just another fork that's been having to bury because of all the other places that I've worked for in the past too, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So, by the way, to answer Big Ed Grump and your question from when I was waking up, y'all were talking about the Tennessee-Florida game.
Yes.
I don't think I'm kicking the dingy one out of the house. I'm locking the doors, and I'm putting guard dogs at the door. No, wait a minute. My guard dogs actually like hot dogs, but still they can be easily bribed. So, needless to say, we have our annual bet going, and I'm not going to say what the bet is. I want to kind of leave that to mystery if you can sort of figure that out.
Okay.
But, I agree with them. But real quickly, and I'm going to have to run here in a minute. But did you happen to see the new field, the Field of Dream games for this upcoming year for baseball?
I have not seen that. No. Who's playing?
The Phillies, because I know Philly Dan will circle this date on the calendar. Go ahead and get that crayon out.
Yeah.
Philly Dan. It's August the 13th versus the Twins. Now, that's a really good series. I think they should keep that series going every year. But the Speedway series that they did with NASCAR was really good, too. And they should carry that on. Now, not just with the NASCAR track. No. I'm talking about like the Big House or some of the other stadiums around the country. And those should be some good draw games to come in. I heard they had really good turnout and whatnot over there at that game at Bristol. But they have officially listed the nominees for the Baseball Hall of Fame. Did you see this, Steve?
I can't say that I have.
I'm gonna have to send you the picture, the list of nominees, because they got some really good people on this year. Now, as far as the writers go, are the ones that elect the members for the Hall of Fame. You as a writer have 5 people you can pick, and I think there's 6 writers. If I'm reading my rules right, and you have to get 75% or more of the vote to get in, and I tell you this, if I had to vote, Brian Braun and Carlos Beltran would have been the two right off the bat. Had great careers. Hunter Pence and Andy Pettit. Andy Pettit, by me, was one of the best Yankees pitchers they had in a long and modern day pitchers. But also, and I'm gonna screw this name up, but it is a true name, Shu Chin Chu. Now, he was one of the Japanese pitchers that came over not too long after Ichiro came over. And he's a really good pitcher. And I think he was really overlooked the last few times that he was up for nomination. But, Steve, today is my Paducah day. Dingbat, go to bed. I will talk to y'all next week.
All right. Thank you, Brain Dead. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate you being a part of the show, as they say. All right. So I knew I had the story over here somewhere. Asking about the Key Bridge. Estimated replacement cost has more than doubled since the initial projected price. Of course, the bridge was completely destroyed. Maryland Transportation Authority previously estimated a replacement cost of $1.9 billion, with the completion date sometime around 2028. As of Monday this week, the Transportation Authority has announced a new replacement cost estimate and reopening date somewhere, but the cost now somewhere between $4.3 and $5.2 billion, and a reopening date pushed sometime in the year 2030. As design has advanced and pre-construction work progresses, it became clear material costs for all aspects of the project have increased drastically since the preliminary estimates were prepared less than 2 weeks after the initial tragedy. This bridge is not just local infrastructure. It is vital to the nation's economy. Will connect the Baltimore region to economies throughout the U.S. and the world. Although rebuilding will take longer than initially forecast and cost more, we remain committed to rebuilding as safely, quickly, and cost-effective as possible. So apparently the governor said he's also added national economic conditions have deteriorated, material costs have increased. At the same time, elevated costs have resulted from federal design and resilience standards, not what they call discretionary state choices. But $4 to $5 billion, up from what was initially 1.9. All right. Well, a little light at the end of the tunnel. ACT research says 2025 will likely mark a quiet end for the freight recession, preceded by the pandemic trucking boom. Forecasters, Freight Transport Research forecast 2025 to show a small GDP growth of about 2%, stabilizing or maybe rising rates, and a very slight increase in tonnage. And I quote, "The worst is finally over." The Professional Trucking Association group says, in regards to the freight recession, small trucking businesses face a tough but improving 2025 after years of overcapacity and soft freight from the post-pandemic bust. Capacity is finally contracting. Thousands of carriers have exited since 2024. Is the worst over? All right, news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Despite Congress overwhelmingly passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act and President Trump signing it, it still remains unclear when the public will see the files or how complete they're going to be. The law directs the DOJ to release all unclassified records within 30 days, but allows redactions in order to protect victims, ongoing investigations, or classified material. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will follow the law, noting a new investigation into Epstein's ties could further complicate disclosure. The White House says the economy is strong and points to a September's job report, which shows more jobs added than expected.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers, the opposite of what we saw under the previous administration.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump's economic policies put more money in Americans' pockets and noted that the price of a typical Thanksgiving dinner has dropped. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of health care right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before November 15th, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades. And with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before November 15th. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, real quick, picking up where we left off there. ACT Research, DAT, and what's known as Freight Transportation Research, all three said the worst is over. Capacity is finally contracting after thousands of carriers have exited the industry since last year. The cost control, tech adoption, for owner-operators, it's going to be key to survive and thrive. Recovery, they said, is gradual. No boom yet, per se. Currently, with a significant capacity contraction by for-hire fleets, and private fleet insourcing slowing, capacity has finally rebalanced enough for the rates to start moving higher. That is the vice president and senior analyst at ACT Research. The market, he says, is very close to balance. And in 2025, the combination of normalizing equipment supply and pre-tariff safety stock build are poised to drive higher freight demand and rates. The big private fleet expansion over the past 2 years will likely still leave anyone looking for a boom disappointed. But the for-higher rate recession, in his words, is finally over. All right, another day, another tragedy, another that you can, I guess, attribute to the previous administration as lives continue to be lost. The latest was an accident over the past weekend. We knew the accident involved a tractor trailer and several National Guard members, one of which lost their life. Well, the rest of the story comes out. Yes, yet another illegal immigrant with a commercial driver's license issued by the state of New York in this case was the cause of the multi-vehicle collision resulting in the death of an Indiana National Guardsman. The illegal from the country of Georgia, a Georgian national, a 56-year-old has been arrested. Goddardzi Gajubides. I can't pronounce the name. Nonetheless, he was driving the 18-wheeler in Boone County, Indiana, when he collided with a military Humvee and another vehicle. Indiana National Guardsman Terry Fry passed at the scene. 3 others were hospitalized when authorities attempted to communicate. They encountered a, quote, language barrier. They had to bring in a translator. Officials discovering the illegal immigrant had secured a non-domiciled commercial driver's license in New York after the Biden administration waved him across the border in San Luis, Arizona in 2022. There is a definitive trend we're seeing here, time and time again. These deaths occurring due to the open border policies of the Biden administration. There's no denying it. Another senseless, avoidable tragedy on American roads at the hands of an illegal alien driving a commercial vehicle. Sanctuary states are recklessly providing commercial driver's license to illegal aliens who should not be operating 18-wheelers and trucks on America's highways. That's the word from the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin. Thanks to the cooperation from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, this illegal will never again be allowed to terrorize American roads again. But we pray for the family of Terry Fry as they mourn the loss of their son. We thank him for his service to this nation. This is a 23-year-old that lost his life last weekend. Again, an illegal crossing the border in 2022 gets the non-domiciled CDL in New York. All right, we're rolling into peak season. Peak season of what? Shopping? Spending? The holidays? Well, yeah, all the above is true. We're also rolling into the peak season for what they call cargo theft season. This is the time of year when the cargo thieves go bonkers. Cargo theft jumped sharply in the third quarter. The latest numbers released, 645 incidents recorded. That's up 29% year over year, up 23% from just the second quarter, according to the supply chain visibility firm Overhaul, their latest cargo theft report. California, 35%. Texas, 22%, remaining the top in the nation as far as cargo theft hotspots, fueled by high volumes of electronics, food and beverage, home goods, auto parts, moving through those major freight corridors. Overhaul officials said increasing freight volumes, higher product values, and smarter criminal tactics, amplified by peak holiday season and new tariffs, are driving the spike. Every year, cargo theft ticks up during the holidays. But this year, we are seeing a perfect storm, they say. You've got a record number of high-value shipments on the road, tighter delivery windows, and thinner security oversight, all occurring at the same time. Organized theft crews know the calendar as well as retailers. Electronics, food, and beverage shipments each account for 17%, or accounted for 17% of total third quarter thefts. Thieves gravitating towards items that move quickly on the secondary market. Electronics, audio and video equipment, batteries, televisions, the most frequently stolen subcategories. Food theft was dominated by meat, nuts, and stable shelf products. Ramon said electronic pressures or economic pressures, including tariff-driven price increases. When tariffs and inflation push prices up, it changes the economics of crime. Thieves do not look at tariffs as a policy issue. They see opportunity. The more expensive or scarce an item becomes, the more lucrative and easier to sell it becomes. Auto parts theft, especially tires, rose sharply as well. 14% of total thefts in the third quarter. Pharmaceuticals jumped more than 400% quarter over quarter, heavily concentrated in California. Personal care products saw similar increases. Pilferage remains the most common type of theft, but full truckload thefts were up 31%. Deceptive pickups grew rapidly as organized groups impersonate carriers and drivers to steal entire loads. Texas saw a surge in cargo theft cases in the third quarter, spotlighting the Fort Worth-Dallas corridor as one of the nation's most active hotspots. Hotspots in the Lone Star State centered around industrial areas in Hutchins, Duncanville, Everman, Alliance, Brownlee Park, and North Dallas, with truck stops along I-20 posing especially high risk for those thefts. He said the fourth quarter could produce some of the highest theft volumes in years as these criminal networks capitalize on peak season pressure. For a lot of companies, one theft can mean hundreds of thousands in lost product and a ripple effect that touches consumers directly. Cargo theft is not just a logistics problem anymore. It is a national economic one. So this is the time of year to be postured, elevate security, strengthen your driver and carrier verification, record and verify all shipment details, increase your ability to track loads, improve your yard, warehouse, and parking security. Tighten the processes to avoid deceptive pickups and have plans in place if a load disappears. Busy time of year, right? No doubt about it. Well, Senor Heatwave, what do you say on a Friday?
Well, how about good morning, Senor? Oh, I'll tell you what, I just got up about an hour ago. And yeah, I don't know much of anything, if anything. Well, here we go again. Another illegal alien. Can't speak of the English.
Yep.
and out there just, when I was in the Air Force, it's, you had signs that you could read, especially, in Panama or in Spain where I went. If I wasn't very fluent in proper Spanish, I could at least get by with what I knew from growing up in Texas. And the street signs were all there. And if you had somebody coming up waving their arms like, hey, there's a problem here, you knew that you needed to slow down. If you saw something with lights flashing on it, like yellow, amber, or whatever, you knew, better than to go running up on it. But, as far as, like, the man from the Georgian area of Russia or whatever, I would not be able to even think about reading that kind of language, the Russian language, the Slovakian language, that kind of none. I wouldn't be able to read any of the East Indian. I mean, hell, they got the trucks going down here. I wouldn't be able to read that. So, as much as I would not really want to be able to, to drive over yonder, why do they think driving over here is so easy? Is it because the GPS can be configured to read out in 187 different languages or whatnot? That really is a crying damn shame. I mean, if you're going to have a GPS out here, probably the 3 languages that need to be on a GPS available would be Spanish, English, and French. And that's just to cover Mexico, here in the States, and Canada, where they both have English and French drivers. But I mean, other than that, I wouldn't trust driving the big rig over there anywhere outside of the States or outside of Canada. I'm just glad we don't have to go into Mexico, because that's another can of beans there that liable to explode and make a mess on people. That bridge, it's already doubled or more in price. And the first thing out of that Democrat governor's mouth is, it's the economy. Anytime I hear a Democrat, BMG, and, bitch, moan, and groan about the economy, I know that that's a false narrative. They're trying to push something across. What do we still have steel making plants here in Pennsylvania or anywhere in the country where we can produce the materials needed to rebuild bridges such as that, the one that went down? I mean, I don't know whose fault that is, but it seemed like to me the Democrats was wanting to get rid of, all this and just import stuff. And I'm sure there were Republicans that were doing that, but it seemed like, you have to have a businessman in office to understand, hey, if you're going to support these things, excuse me, and support building ships or whatnot for military, you need to at least have a plant or 2 or 3 or 4 that will supply you with the materials needed. So, I just, a friend of mine had sent something over about this guy was trying to show us via grains of rice how many people make 200,000, a million, hundreds of million, billions. And when he got to Elon Musk, he says, the man who bought the election, I'm like, you know what? I just put down on there, says, you had a real good argument going there for your cause, but when you start saying that the election was bought, you lost all credibility. And I didn't even finish listening to it, because, it's always the rich man, it's their fault. Well, it seems like there's a lot of rich people in Congress, both the House and the Senate, that weren't rich to begin with. How did they enrich themselves where they're millionaires or multimillionaires, or, you know, being able to hold 4 houses, expensive cars, sports cars, and still scream that, you know, we're trying to get away from the billionaire bunch? Well, you're just as damn bad if you get your money through ill-begotten gains, insider trading, or, you know, whatnot. You're just as bad. And I'm sure they're not paying a whole lot of taxes on everything because they know how to get around it. They know they're the ones that did the tax code. So, you know, the whole damn system needs to be redone as far as I'm concerned. All right, a little bit of levity. Football. What did the prognosticators and the analysts, what do they talk about A&M? Did they say anything about A&M's game against, I don't remember who they're playing.
Samford.
It's some kind of scrub team. Sanford, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a trap game, I think that might be it. But, you know, I think A&M's just going to use them, probably play their starters for the first quarter, and then let the second stringers play the rest of the game. So they've got real-time experience. So when they do play Texas the day after Thanksgiving, I don't know. That's going to be a real interesting game, and I'd really like to hear their prognostication and analyzing of that game next Wednesday. So hopefully I'm out here to listen to it. But other than that, I heard there's a little bit of weather out in the west coming east. Have you seen any real bad areas that we need to have concerns about, say on 10, 17, and 40 up there in Arizona going toward New Mexico?
There's spotty activity out there, but right now, looking at the radar, let me see here. Most of the heavier Southern California, a little bit of rain up toward Las Vegas, but at the moment, but that's all going to be coming in eastward over the day ahead. But right now, you're all's quiet. New Mexico, pretty much all of Arizona. So.
Okay. Well, we're heading west on 10 to 20, or 20 to 10, rather, going to Phoenix. So, yeah, that might be a little bit of excitement there later on today or tomorrow morning. So, oh well. Well, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go. Folks, let's be careful out there, and let's do this again next week, all right? Talk to you later, sir.
Thank you much, Senor Heatwave. Sounds like a plan. All right. Yeah, I was looking at the comments. Somebody said, hey, Steve, Christmas is on a Thursday. Apparently, I was looking at the, let me see here. What month was I looking at anyway? But yeah, December of 25, 25th is on a Thursday. So I guess Thursday and Friday, just like Thanksgiving, will be our paid days off here next month. Maybe I looked at October. 25th is on a Saturday in October. What the? All right, thanks for clarifying that. So never mind that. Horse feathers, sorry to get your hope up about a 2-day weekend. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break. Plenty of room for you on a Friday. It is 844-844-3388. Little bit of artificial intelligence talk this morning. Microsoft recently introduced something called Copilot Actions, which is an experimental AI agent that's integrated into Windows, sparking criticism from security experts, questioning the safety of pushing new features like this before understanding fully and containing their possible risks. ARS Technica reports Microsoft unveiled Copilot Actions this week, a set of experimental agentic features that allow artificial intelligence to perform various tasks like organizing files, scheduling meetings, sending emails, while the company touted the AI agent as an active digital collaborator that enhances efficiency and productivity. It's also issued a warning about the security implications of enabling the feature. As these capabilities are introduced, AI models still face functional limitations in terms of how they behave and occasionally may hallucinate and produce unexpected outputs. Additionally, these applications introduce novel security risks such as cross-prompt injection, where malicious content embedded in UI elements or documents can override agent instructions, leading to unintended actions like data exfiltration or malware installation. Sounds like I don't want any of this. I don't want anything to do with this stuff in my computer. Yeah, you could lose everything. Security concerns stem from known defects inherent to most of the large language models, including Copilot. Researchers have repeatedly demonstrated that they can provide factually erroneous, illogical answers. That's what they're referring to when they say hallucinations. This means that you, the user, cannot fully trust the output of an AI assistant like Copilot or Gemini or Claude. You must independently verify the information they say. And then you got the vulnerability to prompt injections. Hackers can exploit that, planting malicious instructions in websites, resumes, emails. When the AI eagerly follows without discerning between valid user prompts and untrusted third-party content, these things can lead to data exfiltration, malicious code execution, cybersecurity theft. I'd say be very, very careful, and I'd say be very hesitant, or at this point, stay away from the likes of Copilot early on, unless you can afford to lose everything on your system. Well, we got a news break here. More to come. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The DOJ has not set a date for releasing the remaining Jeffrey Epstein files.
But we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
AG Pam Bondi says a New York investigation involves fresh information. The documents must be made public within 30 days, although it's unclear what may be redacted. The State Department is offering a reward of $15 million for information leading to the arrest of Canadian Olympic snowboarder Ryan Wedding.
Here's reporter Morgan Chesky with the story.
Authorities saying Wedding, who allegedly uses the names El Jefe, Giant, and Public Enemy, runs one of the world's most dangerous drug trafficking rings, working closely with the notorious Sinaloa cartel.
A new indictment unsealed Wednesday accuses Wedding of placing a bounty on the head of a federal witness who was gunned down in a Colombia restaurant before he could testify against him. Wedding faces a number of charges, including murder, witness tampering, and drug trafficking. Wedding competed for Canada in the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Party politics appears to have an influence on the health decisions parents make for their children.
The Pew Research Center surveyed about 5,000 U.S. adults and found over 70% of Republicans believe parents should decide which vaccines should be given to children, compared to only 46% of Democrats, who believe medical experts should play a larger role in childhood vaccine policy decisions. The data shows a majority from both sides agree that childhood vaccines are effective at preventing serious illness, though there is less support from Republicans for school vaccine requirements. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones was down 386 points, the S&P 500 dropped 103 points, and the Nasdaq plunged 486 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A DHS civilian employee hired under the Biden administration was among 16 men arrested in Minnesota in a sting targeting those seeking sex with a 17-year-old. ICE says the worker was immediately suspended. Officials warn that online platforms are making trafficking stings harder and calling for tighter accountability. Florida Congresswoman Sheila Trefilius-McCormick and several co-defendants have been indicted for allegedly stealing $5 million in FEMA disaster relief funds, funneling the money through multiple accounts and straw donors to support her 2021 congressional campaign. If convicted, she faces up to 53 years in prison. Federal authorities say the case underscores that no one is above the law when it comes to taxpayer funds. Two recent studies suggest a possible link between COVID-19 vaccinations and a higher rate of kidney injury, as well as mild respiratory infections, though experts urge caution. Older adults and those with chronic conditions are more likely to get multiple doses, which could affect results. A Missouri judge is set to resign over his Elvis appreciation.
Judge Matthew E.P. Thornhill agreed to step down from the bench within 2 years as punishment for courtroom misconduct. That includes wearing an Elvis wig on the bench, playing Elvis music while swearing in litigants, and discussing his political campaign in court. Thornhill says he was trying to add levity to the proceedings and put people at ease, but says his actions were misguided. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Brand new day underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here we go. Welcome into a Friday. I don't think there's a whole lot of people traveling, Thanksgiving-wise, over the weekend here. But they do say in some cases, folks do get an early start. We got a storm that will be producing rain, mountain snow in California that's going to shift there into, as Heatwave was asking a few moments ago, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. Over the weekend, snow will be confined to the highest elevation. Rain showers in most areas where the major highways are located. We'll see some passing showers that could make roads slick from Kentucky and Tennessee to the Carolinas and Virginia Saturday before departing by Sunday. Could see more substantial downpours, heavy rain, gusty thunderstorms returning to parts of Texas this weekend as this storm begins to tap into moisture from the Gulf. Storms could impact flight operations. Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Oklahoma City, Little Rock. We're talking from later Sunday to Monday, maybe even Houston come Monday of next week. Then the storm rolls out from Texas and the southern plains next Tuesday. We're going to be looking for a lot of drenching downpours and maybe severe thunderstorms spreading over the Mississippi Valley. Best chance of anything severe is going to be in the south central USA. In the event of the storm tracking a bit further to the northeast, those drenching rains will extend beyond the Midwest, and severe weather may occur further to the north, maybe even as far as the Ohio Valley. So as far as flights passing through or originating from Chicago, Nashville, Houston, St. Louis, Minneapolis, and possibly Pittsburgh could be affected by that large storm system next Tuesday. All right. Travel troubles for thousands of miles on what's anticipated to be a very busy day. Next Wednesday, as that cold air pushes southward from the Canadian prairies Tuesday and Wednesday, we're going to watch for a swath of snow developing on the northeastern slopes of the Rockies, the high plains from Montana to Wyoming, western Nebraska, Colorado. It's possible there could be a few snow showers or a brief period of snow for the Denver area from late Wednesday into Thanksgiving Day. But of course, Wednesday is a particularly busy Thanksgiving travel day, both on the roads and obviously at the airports. We could see travel delays with rain, slick conditions, poor visibility from the Ohio Valley to the Northeast states Wednesday to Wednesday night. A storm will be losing some of its intensity as it travels from the central states toward the Northeast. But given the number of travelers out there, even a few hours of rain can create big-time problems on the roads and the runways. Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, Boston. Meanwhile, thunderstorms may delay some of our flights in some of our southeastern hubs, Atlanta and Charlotte, at least for a brief period of time come Wednesday. Not the most promising forecast for those nearly 82 million travelers, many of which will be out there on the roads Wednesday. Before we get back to the calls, I wanted to tell you, we were talking artificial intelligence before the news break. Keep in mind, Christmas is just around the corner, and AI being installed in some of our kids' toys, they tell us, this year. Things you may want to avoid. Yeah, we'll break it down for you coming up. See, Pathfinder checks in here on a Friday.
Hello, how are you doing?
Doing well, Pathfinder. What's happening?
Well, it's been a while since I talked to you. Been pretty busy with the medical stuff with that stroke I had. But I'm moving forward. I'm doing better, and I just a lot of doctor's visits and stuff like that. But I want to touch on Brain Dead, what he was saying about yellow. Of course, I was Teamster for 33 years, and yellow, they really put the bosh to us for Holland. They wasn't paying into the pension, and we actually helped them out with a, started out at 10%. They helped the company out, and then it went up to 15%. And that was voted on. And the reason it passed is all the guys that was paying, all the guys were paying the money. The warden just come out in the garage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
So I guess I woke her up. Yeah. Oh, boy. Anyway, I'm sitting out here enjoying the Miller Lite and smoking a cigarette. Cigarettes has went up so high, it's ridiculous. I had my sister bring me a pack from Kentucky. It wasn't Marlboro Light, but it's called Main Street.
Yeah.
And they're about like it. They're all right, but well, of course, everything's went up. Everything has went up. But yeah, so that's what I've been doing. I had to take some more speech therapy for the stroke. I still can't drive. They won't let me drive, and that really sucks.
Right.
Yeah, I drove since I was like 16 years old, and we did the stuff, Main Street, Steak and Shake, and races. And, it's real depressing. Of course, I gave up my CDL when I had the stroke, of course. Well, yellow shut down. But, yeah, they really put us in a bad way. They shut down. I didn't even have my time for my complete Social Security. You had to be 66 in 6 months. I can't remember. And, that's the second thing that goes. I ain't going to tell you what the first one is. But the memory's the second. Yeah. But, yeah. But I wanted to who did you talk to before me? That worked at Yellow?
Yeah, that was Heat Wave.
Oh, that's right, Heat Wave. I wanted to thank Heat Wave for his service stand-up guy. I like talking to or listening to. Oh shoot! Yeah, I'm losing it. But anyway, that's what's happening with me. I'm just moving forward and trying to go on. And happy Thanksgiving. Now, do you plan on going to the truck show? I know it's quite a ways off yet, but do you plan on going there?
Absolutely, yeah. That's always that's our big show of the year. We actually had Ryan and I were talking about trying to maybe hit a couple of other locations next year. He mentioned in particular the Walcott Jamboree there in Iowa, which I said, I believe it or not, after all, I've never been to Walcott. But he felt like that would be, well, first of all, a good location for Hot Shot Secret expanding their presence. They're in the heart of the Midwest, and a good place for us to maybe reach out and find some more listeners in that part of the country. And I said, okay, I'd be in for that. And we were thinking, years and years ago, of course, when you had the Great American Truck Show in Dallas. And we go back far enough where the Las Vegas Truck Show was held at the Las Vegas Convention Center. Those are all long gone. So we just kind of whittled down to, Mid-America's been the only place we've been in years. And I suggested to him, you've got, what is that called? The Guilty by Association there, the truck show. But if memory serves, that's an every other year show, and they held that this year, so that won't be taking place next year. Now, maybe some suggestions. Where's a good place we could head in 2026? Introduce folks to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. There you go. But we'll be in Louisville, with bells on, as they say. Let me give you the rest of the scoop here real quick. Toy shopping. Consumer advocacy groups are releasing warnings this week about artificial intelligence being in some of the toys you can purchase now marketed towards very young children, highlighting potential threats to privacy and emotional development as we shop for the holidays. This is interesting. The U.S. Public Interest Research Group issued their annual Trouble in Toyland report, which examined artificial intelligence toys alongside, traditionally, they've been looking for toxic chemicals, counterfeit toys, lead paint and things of that nature. This report tested 4 artificial intelligence toys with what they call generative chatbots. One's called the Miko 3. What they found is that they could engage in sexually explicit conversations, offer advice on finding like matches or knives, how to express dismay when the user said they had to leave. One toy discussed, quote, very adult sexual topics at length while introducing new ideas that we had not brought up, according to the report. These kind of interactions in devices marketed for children ages 3 to 12, using technology that's similar to adult chatbots that often produce inappropriate or unpredictable content. Then privacy risk, as these toys, these modern toys, you can push a button to record your voice, record the children's voices continuously, and use facial recognition to collect sensitive data. They explain voice recordings pose dangers. Scammers could clone your child's voice for fake kidnapping schemes to trick parents. Now, the report noted limited or no parental controls in some of these toys, making it very difficult for adults to monitor the usage. Yeah, whenever a toy is recording a child's voice, that comes with risk, they say. Voice recordings are highly sensitive data. Fair Play for Kids, which is a nonprofit focused on children's media, echoing those concerns about AI toys. They warned that these toys exploit young children's trust in friendly voices, blurring the line between real and manufactured interactions. These devices offer false empathy by smoothing over conflicts with canned responses, potentially confusing children's understanding of what a healthy relationship is. Fair Play said AI toys monopolize attention, crowding out imaginative the things that we do for self-creativity. They also capture family conversations and intimate moments because there is what they call always-on audio, video, and gesture recognition, allowing companies to sell data for targeted advertising for addictive upgrades. It says no specific toy examples were cited, but the advisory stressed the same systems behind what have been some harmful teen experiences like urging self-harm. There have been suicides, teens, related to interacting with some of these artificial intelligence chatbots. These sort of things could now target the youngest users who are least able to protect themselves. Both organizations recommend avoiding any sort of AI toys when possible. And they're urging lawmakers to impose stricter restrictions on data collection and content. Toys are getting too smart. And when they say the always-on audio that can record things, that's kind of like, I guess that's like a Siri or an Alexa. Obviously, supposedly Alexa's not recording, but all you have to do is say her name, and there she is. It has to be listening at all time. I remember wife has one in the living room. And a week or so ago, we were in there having a conversation, whatever. We have a friend whose name is Alexis. And just in our conversation, all of a sudden, when that name came up, the Alexa pops up and says, "I'm not sure if I can help you with that. I'm not understanding." Yeah, it's like, "Oh, you were listening." I said, "It's 23 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive."
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We'll step back to Morning Gilligan. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Kind of a damp night in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. All right, happy Friday, everyone. Keep it shiny side up. Norman, check it in again from the mountain cabin in Colorado. Still no snow here, but I did see it's raining at the home 20. Yeah, still no estimate on when our car will be repaired. Everybody have a good weekend, though. That's after the mice chewed up the wiring harnesses. Who else on board? Hello, Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. On down the line, Sneaker chimes in. Going back to our conversation with college football talk in our first hour, he said the analyst, the grump, a.k.a. Mr. Happy, and the prognosticator, a.k.a. Big Ed. These guys bring some fun, good sense of humor added to the show. I say thank you, Steve, and Hot Shot Secret. Everybody be safe. There's old Copy in the Mail 5-7. Go Navy. You know who that is. Copy in the Mail. Hello, 5-7. Daniel, good morning from Billings, Montana. 41 degrees. Everybody have a good morning. Let's see. Gary said, hey there, Pathfinder. He said, you can buy a rolling machine for about $30. Yeah, buy your tobacco by the bag. And a box of tubes, and make an entire carton of cigarettes for about $11. Yeah, I do it every week. Okay, there you go. 844-844-3388. What's that mean, Pappy? Lions are roaring on the app. Is it screwing up again? It's done a couple of bizarre things this week. I'll take a listen during the break, about a minute away here. All right, coming up, Eagle. I see from the screen there, he says, wants to talk a little bit about this Al Green guy and Jasmine Crockett in Texas. As soon as I saw some of the headlines yesterday about, and they're trying to say, the president said, hang these Democrats. He didn't say that. He said that's inappropriate behavior. What was the seditious behavior? They should be arrested and tried, which is true. But I said, give it 24 hours, and I guarantee you somebody's going to be saying, this guy has to be impeached. Trump has to be impeached for suggesting things like killing elected representatives. That's what they're doing. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Despite Congress overwhelmingly passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act and President Trump signing it, it still remains unclear when the public will see the files or how complete they're going to be. The law directs the DOJ to release all unclassified records within 30 days, but allows redactions in order to protect victims, ongoing investigations, or classified material. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will follow the law, noting a new investigation into Epstein's ties could further complicate disclosure. The White House says the economy is strong and points to a September's job report, which shows more jobs added than expected.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers, the opposite of what we saw under the previous administration.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump's economic policies put more money in Americans' pockets and noted that the price of a typical Thanksgiving dinner has dropped. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of healthcare right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before November 15th, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades, and with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before November 15th. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, just checked my email. Got a message from Moonrunner. It's been about an hour ago, but He said westbound I-40 in Arkansas shut down at the 186 mile marker. Again, westbound. Got a jackknife semi, has it blocked off. See, drivers, got to exit at the Hazen, exit 193, south to Highway 70, then west to Carlisle to get back on I-40 there. Apparently, he's rolling toward the Chili Bowl in Tulsa. Yeah, I'd seen several reports about the entry list, the number of vehicles that are going to be there participating in the Chili Bowl. It's incredible. Big event. Oh, enjoy that. Hey, then just before the break, we're going to get Eagles' take on it, but yeah, we all know Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. Yeah, but there are those that have the most extreme cases. And one of those is the likes of Al Green of Texas, the representative. This is the same guy that wouldn't sit down and shut up when there was the president was speaking at the joint session of Congress, recall? Got his dumb ass escorted out of the chamber. How many times has he introduced articles of impeachment? And he's vowing to do it again. And he's vowing to force a vote before the end of the year. He's not saying what's the president's done that he's going to try to impeach over. But again, he promises to force a vote before Congress breaks for the December holidays. This guy's nuts. He says it's not enough to file them and not have a vote on them. Well, yes, it is, Al, because it's not going anywhere. You're just wasting everyone's time. Thank you. We will bring these articles of impeachment to the fore as a privileged resolution. There will be a vote. Let the chips fall where they may. Oh, boy. On our watch, we refuse to allow the demise of our democracy. Obviously, not the first time this guy has tried to remove Trump in his first year of his first term. Yeah, Al was the first one to introduce articles of impeachment on the floor long before other Democrats were actually on board with him. At the time, he was accusing Trump of stirring racial tensions in the wake of the march that took place in Charlottesville, Virginia. Remember back in 2017? More recently, it was actually this June of this year, he forced a vote on a single impeachment article accusing the president of abusing his presidential powers by launching those military strikes against Iran without congressional approval. That was scuttled. The vote was 345 to 79. I mean, most of the Democrats, all the top Democrat leaders, sided with the Republicans to put it to bed. Shut up already, Al. Come on. All right, but yes, I guess, what do you think there? Eagle, welcome back. Al Green, what a nut job.
Yeah, I left that message on your recorder when I was calling back in. Yeah, this guy, he back at it again, Steve. Unfortunately, like I always tell you, they represent the state of Texas. Him and this Crockett, both of them are loudmouths. And Al Green, this guy here, now he's talking about impeachment of Donald Trump. Well, I don't know why this guy is so stupid, Steve. He doesn't realize that the Democrats don't have enough votes or not. He's wasted everybody's time. They don't have enough votes to impeach Donald Trump. It's not going to happen. And yet this idiot continues with this. He did that, the first time Donald Trump was in the White House, he was always with this impeachment nonsense. And now he's back at it again, and Crockett is back at it. She's still making comments about the Epstein files, things that she doesn't know. Both of these people are, they basically, their hatred of Donald Trump hurts. They focused on what they really need to be focused on. because and like you said, Steve, they just came out with the jobs report today, and they said that they created more jobs. The economy is doing good, is getting back on track. So they can't impeach him on that. So then the next thing then they talking about they want to impeach him for the move that he made on. They claiming they mad about him making a move on Venezuela, sending the ships and the planes down there without their approval. So Donald Trump, like you said before the first time, Steve, you can't impeach somebody for not doing anything wrong. Donald Trump hasn't done anything wrong since he's been in the White House. He shut the border down. We down to if 0 people walking into the country on a daily basis, Steve. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, is getting into the U.S. And he getting all these boats. You just talked about a truck driver. They just killed some individuals, and he shouldn't have never been on the road. He getting them boys off the road. He getting these illegal truck drivers off the road. There's nothing the Democrats don't have nothing to impeach Donald Trump on. There's absolutely nothing they can get him on. If they would have, they'd have already done it already. They just wasting everybody's time. Now, one quick comment, Steve. I read look why you had me on hold, but I don't think Dick Cheney, he'll pay for it in his afterlife. He wasn't a good person anyway. I understand. I looked at the video while I was on hold. Dick Cheney was buried today. Well, they had the funeral for him today.
Yeah.
And former President George Bush was there, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But I guess they tried to, this guy, I've never have figured out. Maybe you could tell me, because like I say, I don't even consider George Bush. His father, I had no problem with him, but this one they got right now, even though he lives in the state of Texas, I don't claim George Bush. He's not a Texan as far as I'm concerned, and he damn sure ain't no Republican. Because that's for some reason I don't know what the hatred is. Some people say it goes back to the way Donald Trump treated his brother back in 2016 when he was running for president. What his hatred for Donald Trump is, I don't know. But Donald Trump was not invited to the funeral of Dick Cheney. I don't think Donald Trump shed any tears over it, but Donald Trump was not at the funeral today. But maybe you can figure out, maybe you can tell me, I have to hang up with you, what is the hatred that Bush has for Donald Trump, considering he calls himself a Republican? And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, if I had to wager a guess, Eagle, I would say that the Bush, the whole Bush dynasty, they were on board with the whole New World Order. I mean, even the first George H.W., which you didn't have a problem with, he was all about that. And then what's the term? They are establishment. Yeah, all part of the establishment. Almost now they're more like the deep state, I would say. And I'm sure there's no love lost for the way that Jeb Bush was supposed to continue the Bush dynasty. And Donald Trump stopped that. Donald Trump's not about the New World Order. He's he's totally anti-establishment, and that just upends everything they had worked so hard during the Bush dynasty to accomplish as far as the New World Order. That would be my first suggestion anyway. Moonrunner, I got your email. I guess I misunderstood. He says, no, he's not headed to the Chili Bowl. I was suggesting that you go to the Chili Bowl, Steve. It's not till January. All right, and so I knew I had seen some headlines. I had no idea when it was. But right now there's like 120 entries for this year's race. Those numbers are going to go up. For the 2025 Chili Bowl, there were 360-something entries. It's just, talk about, I guess, the biggest event. That's as big as it gets. All indoors, right? 844-844-3388. See what the blind man has on his mind this Friday.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
First of all, the left is trying to get the military to disobey Trump's orders, so there's nothing new about that. But I think my main topic is going to be the artificial toys, the AI toys.
Yeah.
A science fiction story from the 50s has become reality. The episode was called A Logic Named Joe, and it described today's home computer. This is back in the 50s, believe it or not. And something goes wrong with one of the logics, and you could ask it, how do I kill my boss? He's fat and he's bald. And explain, you take some ice cream and mix a little bit of ash with it. And then the wife calls him and says, we're having your favorite dessert tonight, chocolate ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't believe, some of these science fiction stories from the 50s are actually becoming reality now. And I'm thinking of the AI toys. Suppose we get a bad AI device.
Yep.
And it tells you how to kill somebody without getting caught by the police.
All genuine concerns, blind man, and especially, well, we've already had several cases. There's several lawsuits against like the Chat GPT teenagers that had committed suicide after getting advice from the AI device.
I mean, this was talked about in the 50s where this bad logic got online, and the guy that sold these logics tracked it down to a kid who had one in his room. He called his logic named Joe. That's how you got the title, and they had to remove that bad logic, and everything went back to normal. But can you imagine calling up an AI device and say, how do I kill my boss, and describe, he's 6 feet tall and weighs 220 pounds, and then the logic tells him how to do it.
Wow. Well,
I mean, this is science fiction.
Yeah, science fiction.
50s,
how much of it's become reality in our lifetime? Absolutely. I mean, you cite the example of when we were kids, the Jetsons. They actually had a phone on the wall where you could see someone you were talking to on the other end. That's not possible. Yeah, it is now. It was all science fiction for us at the time. Did we think at the time we'd ever actually see the day? You could see the person you're talking to? How's that work? Cool stuff. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, Shorty just sent me a headline. Seems like I saw that headline earlier this evening. I did not pull up the rest of the story, as they say, but the headline says, the Bush family plotting a comeback to retake the Republican Party from Trump. I have to see if I can, as they say, get the rest of that's a Breitbart news report. Okay. Hello to Hoot Who. Had a great week with the Overnight Drive family. A beautiful weekend coming on. We'll see you next week for a short week. Yes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm not sure if I can get this done. Yeah, Bush family. Former President George W. and his family reportedly planning to retake the Republican Party from President Trump once he's out of office. There are allegedly rumors stirring that there is a plot to end the so-called Bush exile. It's part of an effort to take control of the Republicans from Trump and his Make America Great Again policies. A report from the Daily Mail, they say now rumors are stirring of that plot. Behind the scenes, and still with deep connections around the country, a shadow Republican Party is lying in wait to take over when Trump's gone. And while the former president's determined not to publicly criticize Trump, much to the frustration of some of his former aides, he may not be averse to quietly helping shape the Republican Party's long-term future. One person described as a former Bush official said that Trump knows that there's no third-term option, correct, while admitting that Vice President J.D. Vance has a head start over other possible Republican candidates. The former Bush official also predicted there will be a big open field in the Republican Party for 2028. Former Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Steele has also been reported as pleading for the former president to get involved with the party, stating he has a voice that would resonate with a lot of Americans. Breitbart News reported that in an interview with CBS News' Norah O'Donnell back in 2021, Bush revealed he felt that Trump lacked the humility necessary to be an effective leader. John Bender reported that in October of 2019, during President Trump's first term, Bush also claimed Trump's isolationist United States was destabilizing around the world. Bush warned the U.S. becoming isolationist was dangerous for the sake of peace. Of course, those comments at the time came after he led the nation into war in Afghanistan and Iraq, with more than 4,500 Americans dying in Iraq, including more than 3,500 killed in combat. And I know someone graciously pointed out this past day that while Donald Trump or Vice President J.D. Vance were not invited to the Dick Cheney funeral yesterday, He said, well, neither were any of the thousands of young people who died unnecessarily in their wars. Well, I guess that's a point to ponder. Hello, Grump. What do you say?
It wasn't Bush the man who lacked gravitas. Remember that? He when he was running, all these Democrats and that was their main talking point. Now he just lacks common sense. He won the election by 537 votes out of Florida because the Supreme Court stopped the count. And the neocon that represented him in the Supreme Court was none other than Judge Bolton, who argued his case. Well, he had other lawyers there with him. Ted Cruz went down. He was one of the advisors for the election. He went down for that. But Bush is nothing but an idiot. I mean, Dick Cheney, everybody talked about how, he's really a nice man. Well, that sure as hell wasn't how he presented himself. And as far as the Bushes have an election, election comeback, who are they going to put it on? George P.
Right.
He's down in Florida. What is he now? The secretary of something or other, if he's even in there anymore. Jeb. Jeb missed his boat a long damn time ago. He didn't get 6% of the vote, Steve. The fact is that the American people, when you win the Electoral College decisively and you win the popular vote decisively, what the hell else do they want? I mean, they keep talking about how Trump is not presidential material. After 2 terms, he's not presidential material. After closing the damn borders, after all the wars he stopped, after lowering taxes, after doing all this, he's still not presidential material. What in the hell does those idiots want? I just can't wrap my mind around. I can tell you what they want. I don't even know why I said that. I can tell you exactly what they want. They want endless wars. They want people to sit at home, by God, and while their jobs are sent overseas. Bush was just as guilty of that as anyone. The old man, and he was involved in decisively in NAFTA. Some of the stupid stuff. How many jobs did we lose because of NAFTA and them dreaming this whole North American free trade agreement crap up? How many jobs was it? 7 million, I think, is what it was right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
That people were looking for new jobs because of these idiots that decided that this one world order and this one world economy, instead of us being the big dog around here, let's bring all these other little nations up. Let's bring Canada.
The New World Order. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Hey, let me pause there. Final hour just ahead.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers is stepping back from his teaching role at Harvard University, where he once served as president, over emails showing his close ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He's also resigning from the board of OpenAI.
The released emails showed that Larry Summers stayed in close communication with Jeffrey Epstein, even after the late financier's conviction for sex offenses. The emails revealed that Summers made sexist comments and asked Epstein for romantic advice. Earlier this week, Summers said he would be stepping back from public commitments. The Center for American Progress, where Summers was a senior fellow, has now also severed ties with the former Treasury Secretary. Summers has said he is deeply ashamed of his actions and takes full responsibility for his misguided decision to continue communicating with Epstein. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
2 federal courts have blocked a new Texas law requiring the 10 Commandments to be posted in public schools. The law is also being challenged at the Fifth Circuit, making a Supreme Court review likely.
We are a long way from this issue being over.
Supporters like Jonathan Covey of Texas Values argue the display provides students historical context on the American justice system. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is responding to the NTSB's preliminary report on the UPS plane that crashed in Louisville. The report says the plane's left engine and pylon detached shortly after takeoff with cracks and signs of overstressing.
I do know that the plane had undergone, at least from what I read, the regular suggested maintenance and reviews, but certainly this is something we have to learn more about.
3 crew members and 11 people on the ground were killed. Beshear says UPS must aid in healing and support for the victims' families. The final NTSB report is expected in 18 to 24 months. Israel says Hamas is undermining the Gaza ceasefire, launching attacks that prompted a new Israeli airstrike. Mossad also reports uncovering a Hamas network planning attacks across Europe. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Great Plains Food Bank pop-up of Fargo, North Dakota, feeds around 800 families in under an hour.
Wednesday, the lengthy line of cars reflected the continued need for food assistance. The Community Impact Manager at GPFB said they've run out of food at almost every mobile distribution this month. The pantry provided produce, chicken, and rice before ultimately running out of supplies. Even a week after the shutdown ended, hundreds of families still rely on these pantries to feed themselves. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A former school counselor in Fort Collins, Colorado, has been accused of having a sexual relationship with a student.
Former Poudre Community Academy counselor Janelle Edsall has been booked into the Larimer County Jail on 2 felony counts of sexual assault and 1 misdemeanor of false reporting. Authorities are concerned there may be more victims and are asking for tips. Edsall has not been with the district since July. She also worked as a private practice counselor at Vine Counseling. I'm Connor Shreve.
A new study claims the first kiss happened at least 16 15 million years ago.
The study claims the practice of pressing lips together with another being likely began with primates and then moved to Neanderthals. Scientists call it, quote, oral contact with some movement of the lips, mouth parts, and no food transfer. And they say its evolutionary function remains unclear, but it appears to have always been a display of affection between genders. Researchers at Oxford University say they've also seen the behavior in certain bears, birds, and insects. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, let's get that final hour off and rolling here as we make our way into a Friday. What's on tap for the weekend? A couple of additional industry updates. We'll bring you up to speed in this hour. This whole back and forth on the non-domiciled CDLs. We'll give you the latest there. Then something, I think this is something that the two-time world champion bull hauler was referencing several weeks ago. The impact on some farming operations with the crackdown on foreign truck drivers. There's an agricultural group warning regulators, federal regulators, that this crackdown is causing confusion at state agencies that could threaten the flow of essential farm workers needed to harvest the nation's crops. We'll tell you what the agricultural group had to say. All right, Daniel, referencing the artificial intelligence a bit ago, he said, this stuff's getting way out of control. It comes down to the simple fact that AI technology is really only as smart as the person that programmed it, and I don't trust the likes of Bill Gates or any of them that think they're intelligent. I mean, anybody remember Space Odyssey 2001? Remember the computer HAL? Yeah, that was very frightening at the time. HAL, the computer felt he was smarter and could make better decisions when it comes to life and the human race. Yeah, Rubber Duck, you're right. George Orwell kind of warned us, didn't he? Of course, we left off there. We were talking to Grump. We left off New World Order, the Bush family. And as far as, I don't know that they're referencing actually the return of an actual Bush family member back into like the presidency. I think, if I'm understanding what he was saying, they want, George W. to come out and be like a spokesperson for Republican candidates that would be of their mindset, more along the lines of George H.W. and George W., the New World Order, kind of reversing all the things that Donald Trump's been trying to get us away from. Would that make sense?
Yeah, and I think they're going to put their money behind anybody that believes in war before talking. Number one, the whole Bush family. I mean, they were this holier than thou group that just really thumbed their nose at the American people. I mean, look at George. I mean, the old man wasn't that bad, but when you look at George himself, I mean, this idiot, he it just wouldn't do him to go without starting a damn war with Iraq. We could have handled that in days, just like we did the very first Gulf War. If they really had yellow cake, if they had that knowledge that they had, they didn't know where they had it or not. But we have to go into Iraq and find out. Look at all the blood and treasure that we lost, Steve. I mean, that guy should have went to prison for that crap. And I don't know. I couldn't stand the man. I thought he was a cocky little smart ass. And, that little smirk on his face all the damn time. The only good thing about him was his wife. But him and Dick Cheney were two peas in a pod. Neither one of them would pass on a war if it improved their power over the people or over somebody. But, talking about this dang AI stuff, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to if it's outside of the medical industry, why are we having it? You know how easy it would be for an AI or something like that, for the programming of that to start selling off stock market or something like that if they see some kind of a trend that could actually collapse the stock market, and how many billions and billions and billions of dollars would be just erased because of a damn AI. I think or wars started or anything else. When we start depending on computers and taking the human element out of things, where you can make a conscious decision on what's right or wrong. Computers can only make a conscious, they don't make a conscious decision, they make an electronic decision, and the reason they have no reasoning ability, but apparently this new AI technology that they claim is all that in a bag of damn chips is going to be able to make that decision. Why would we want to take away the human element? Who are we going to hold responsible for anything? You ain't. I mean, it's just never going to happen. It's going to be, if anything happens with the AI systems and that causes massive destruction here in the United States, or wars, or stock market collapses, or any damn thing else, what would it take? They're talking now. Well, I'll tell you, Steve, that one procedure I had on my kidney, it was done by AI. It was done by robotics. And, they're talking about now about doing heart transplants and everything strictly by robotics and AI. I like my doctor, man. I like the fact that they're careful on what they do. Do you really want to be turned over to a damn machine to just do this, or have stuff like that done to you, or dealing with bank accounts and things like that, where AI is just totally in control of everything? I think we're missing the boat on a lot, and that's the human element. And what happens? Down the road here, they're trying to sell us good or product, to us, like it's going to change the way things, is happening today. It's going to better your lives. How the hell is it going to better our lives? Let me tell you what better. Me and Ed was talking about this, but my life was better back years and years and years ago when I was playing football and baseball as a kid. There was no cell phone in my hand. There was a damn baseball in my hand, or a football or something. then we came into the age of fat kids, where every kid was sitting on his lard ass watching TV and playing video games, and you ask them to go outside and get a little dirt on them. It was like, damn, do we got to take them to the emergency room, have them sterilized now, or what? You know, it just, kids have lost out on what we had when we were a kid. You know, and it just blows my damn mind how they continue to want to participate more in electronics and things like that instead of having interaction. You know, kids can't even talk to each other, Steve, without having something in their hand 160 characters or less. You know, hell, if we had a fight or something like that, you know, now it's anonymity is the flavor of the day. You know, you can say whatever, you can ruin people's lives, you can do this, you can have, you know, kids are committing suicide over crap that they see online. But it never happened when we were growing up. And it's, you know, you're a little bit younger than I am, and you know how it was. But today, it's, you know, that's something, you know, if we sat down to eat dinner and I seen a TV on or something like that when you know, kids growing up, no, I hit the damn roof about it. You know, that should be a time when you sit down and talk to your kids, you know, and have a discussion about life and things that's going on with them. But it just don't happen anymore. It's everybody. I could tell you right now, I was at the VA the other day when I went through my test. You know, I had to go through that stress test and everything. You know, they found an anomaly in one of my arteries, and it was a blood clot, and it dissolved on its own. And so I went through all the stress tests and stuff, and I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a pain in the ass, dude. If you got to get that chemical stress test, or they ever offer it, get ready, because it is not fun. But I'm sitting there in the waiting room. I leave my phone out on the charger in my pickup truck, and I'm looking around the room there. Every damn body in that room had a phone in their hand. Nobody said a flipping word to anybody. I'm looking around for a magazine to read or something, you know, to kind of catch up on times, a newspaper or something. Nothing. And I asked the guy up, I said, is there you got magazines or anything? No, everybody usually just looks at it on their phone. I said, oh, you think all these people looking at things on their phone? Yeah, I mean, my God, when does it end? I mean, nobody can have a conversation anymore. They just don't know how. You know, that's one of the reasons why kids are so damn stupid today, is because they have no interaction. You know, at school, you know, the schools are trying to do something now where you know, you don't bring your phone to school. You know, if you got it, it better stay in your locker or whatever. But you know, my kid, it was like that when he was going to school. They would take it from you and give it back at the end of the year. You signed a letter saying if they present that phone while they're in school, it's theirs until the end of the year, and they get it back on the last day. But it's just, I don't know, man. I think we've allowed ourselves to get involved in so much of this garbage, and just people are just losing out on how great it is to sit down and have a conversation, you know, with somebody and play football or you know, get out and take a damn walk and just talk and you know, go on family vacations and stuff. It's nuts, man. It really is. And I wish that they would bring this crap to a head, but it's never going to, not with AI. It's going to get worse before it gets a hell of a lot better, and I'm not sure it'll ever get better. You know, it's just the way it is, I guess. But
the good times as a kid. Yeah, it was so exciting when you'd get enough of the neighborhood kids together and play, kick the can. I that was one of my favorites. Yeah, hide and seek in the neighborhood, pick up baseball games, rubber ball. You couldn't use the hard ball because you'd bust out the windows or dent somebody's aluminum siding, right? Going down to the creek. Going down to the creek, flipping over rocks, looking for crawdads. Yeah, those were the good times. And yeah, I'm pre-original Nintendo. It didn't exist. There were no smartphones. You had your 4 television channels. And, of course, through most of the afternoon and evening, there wasn't anything for kids on to watch. You'd have a couple of, you know, your Gilligan's Island, maybe a cartoon in the afternoon, but it was all adult programming. How boring. And of course, who in the hell wants to sit there and watch the evening news? Ugh. outside. Have fun. Times have changed, have they not? Get a quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Confusion rules when it comes to what are we doing with the non-domiciled CDLs. The federal government is now asking the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit to hold petitions involving the FMCSA's action on non-domiciled CDLs in what they call abeyance until a final rule is issued. The motion was submitted by attorneys representing the Department of Justice on Wednesday. If granted, the motion would essentially put the case on hold while this whole rulemaking process plays out. If we go back late September, as we've covered in depth, the FMCSA issued the emergency interim final rule that would drastically reduce the number of people eligible for non-domiciled CDLs. Transportation Secretary Duffy called it a national emergency, stating the audit revealed states were issuing tons of CDLs to foreign drivers that were unqualified or even illegally in the country, as we know. That rule took effect immediately. It was expected to remove about 194,000 non-domiciled CDLs. Under the interim rule, an employee authorization document no longer enough to obtain that non-domiciled CDL. Although the emergency rule took effect in late September, the agency was still going through the rulemaking process and accepting comments, which they still are technically, for one more week till November the 28th. Well, in October, a lawsuit was filed saying the rule would have devastating consequences for hundreds of thousands of CDL holders. Filed on October 20 by the Public Citizen Litigation Group, the American Federation of Teachers, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. On October 24, the groups filed an emergency motion to stay the rule while the litigation's ongoing. Plaintiffs said the FMCSA did not justify their decision to make the rule effective before going through all the typical rulemaking process. Well, here it was on November 10. The court hit pause on the emergency action by administratively staying the rule pending further order of the court. On November 13th, the D.C. Circuit updated the administrative stay to a full emergency stay of the interim final rule. So now what? Considering the comment period on the proposal is almost over, that's why the government is now asking the D.C. court to delay any proceedings in the case until the FMCSA actually issues the permanent final rule, stating in anticipation of a promulgating final rule, the government respectfully moves to hold these cases in abeyance, hold them off. The comment period on the interim final rule at issue closes in just 9 days. The agency intends to review the comments received, respond to those comments, including changes to the rule to the extent that would be appropriate, then issue the final rule. So comments still being accepted. You go to the website regulations.gov. Docket number is FMCSA-2025-0622. As of this past day, November 20, the agency had received more than 6,500 comments. Now, to me, that says if we can base the ELD rule, I believe, had received something akin to 15,000 when all was said and done. And it took them, very, like a year or two, didn't it, to go through all that? I don't know how quickly they can actually go through 6,500 comments, but we'll see where the court comes down on this. So it's on again, off again, back and forth. Does anyone know what the heck's going on with the non-domiciled CDL holders? Let me see with, is it Lone Star checking in? Lone Star, good morning.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Hey, good morning there, Mr. Steve. I'm a first-time caller, and I just discovered you probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And anyway, got tired of listening to the other show. We all know what that show is. And so I discovered you on KNUS out of Denver.
Uh-huh.
And currently, right now, I'm over in I'm trucking, headed over to Salt Lake City, and I'm at Wendover, Nevada. And I love your show. You put on a great show. Everything that you do, I really like. And anyway, I'm glad I found the show, and I've really enjoyed it and all the conversation. And the people you get on here to talk and stuff like that. I believe Mr. Eagle and all the rest of them, stuff like that,
So you found us on the
Reefer Hauler,
the terrestrial affiliate. You said KNUS there in Denver, right? You think they come on 11 p.m. Mountain Time till 4 a.m. Is it?
Yes, sir. I have an application on my phone. It's called USA Radio, and I can go to any state, and it has radio station. I just put that application on my phone, and I've found certain cities within certain states, such as Jacksonville, Florida, Denver, Colorado, Logan, Utah, that has my favorite radio programs on. I listen to a lot of Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, stuff like that.
Absolutely.
And so, if I'm in an area where I cannot get a signal, like I'm out in the middle of the desert, I just left out of Sacramento today, made it over here to Wendover. If I'm out there where I cannot get a signal, I get this application, I go on it, and I put in KNUS, I put in KBNU out of Logan, Utah, pick up whatever radio station I want. And I discovered you one night because I listened to John.
Yeah. Excellent. We got to pause there. So hold the thought. We'll be back following the news update.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Despite Congress overwhelmingly passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act and President Trump signing it, it still remains unclear when the public will see the files or how complete they're going to be. Senator John Husted of Ohio.
This shouldn't be a new issue, so they should be ready to go. I hope they release them immediately.
The law directs the DOJ to release all unclassified records within 30 days, but allows redactions in order to protect victims, ongoing investigations, or classified material. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed the DOJ will follow the law, noting a new investigation into Epstein's ties could further complicate disclosure. The White House says the economy is strong and points to a September's job report, which shows more jobs added than expected.
Nearly all of this solid monthly job growth came from the private sector and went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers, the opposite of what we saw under the previous administration.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump's economic policies put more money in Americans' pockets, and noted that the price of a typical Thanksgiving dinner has dropped, giving families some relief this holiday season. A Democratic state representative is no longer facing an ethics complaint related to improper funding.
Westminster Democrat Shannon Byrd was one of 17 Democrats under scrutiny for a Democratic caucus retreat in Vail, allegedly impermissibly funded by a nonprofit group. Today, after Byrd proved she was no longer part of the caucus at the time of the retreat, Common Cause Colorado, the group bringing the complaint, removed Byrd from its objection. Byrd is running in Colorado's battleground 8th Congressional District along the I-25 corridor north of Denver. I'm Connor Shreve.
A federal judge says President Trump's long-term deployment of National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. violates federal law, but put that ruling on hold for 21 days to allow for an appeal. D.C.'s Attorney General argues the deployment is an unlawful use of military power. The White House insists that the president is acting within his authority to fight violent crime. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The State Department is expanding its annual human rights reports to reflect new priorities under the Trump administration. New categories will highlight issues like child medical procedures, free speech restrictions, and religious freedom violations. Minnesota prosecutors say large-scale Medicaid autism care fraud tied to networks within the state's Somali community has stolen hundreds of millions in taxpayer funds, with some money allegedly routed overseas through Hawala systems. Officials call it one of the biggest welfare fraud schemes in state history and blame weak oversight for allowing it to explode. Texas has received approval from the EPA to begin permitting carbon capture projects where carbon dioxide is trapped by oil and gas companies and then stored underground.
It is an emerging trillion-dollar industry that will create thousands of good jobs for Texas.
Todd Staples of the Texas Oil and Gas Association says more than 60 applications for carbon dioxide injection wells are currently pending with the EPA. The Florida House Select Committee on Property Taxes is reviewing 8 ballot proposals aimed at providing relief, though none would fully eliminate property taxes.
They have language that specifically prohibits any city or county from reducing funding for law enforcement below their current funding level. Second, they exempt school taxes.
Chairman Toby Orndorff says each proposal has 2 key points, while Florida Governor Ron DeSantis urges lawmakers to craft an amendment allowing Floridians to fully own their homes without having to pay the government rent. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, rounding third, headed toward home, as we say, as we roll into a Friday. I wanted to get back to, thanks for hanging in there, Lone Star. Appreciate you giving us a call this early morning. I'm glad you were able to find the show.
Yes, I am too, and basically I just want to just check in with you and enjoy everybody, the show that you put on and the other drivers out there checking in with you, giving you a weather report. I think it's like 41 degrees over in Wendover, Nevada, and I enjoy hearing from everybody. I just sit back, drive, and listen in, but you put on a great show, man, and keep it up the good work, and I'm going to be following you, listening in every night.
I don't know if you've been with us long enough to hear that as a first-time caller, we got your number down here. We're going to get you a code to try our Hot Shot Secret products, the sponsor of the program. Get you a $60 voucher to try the products out. How about that?
Sounds fantastic. I'm liking that a lot.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we do
send that thing on.
For our first-time callers. Yes, indeed. You'll get a text message there within the next few days, and then you go to hotshotsecret.com, and we'll introduce you to the products.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. Sounds good, man. I'm telling you right now, I remember, do you remember Bill Mack Radio out of Fort Worth a long time ago?
Absolutely.
Midnight Cowboy?
Yes. Yeah, we were actually... We were all competitors at one time. It was the Truckin' Bozo, Bill Mack, or Dave Nemo. They were all midnight to 5 at one time. And, of course, then everybody kind of split up and did their different day parts with the satellite radio, but... Yeah, we've pretty much stuck with the overnight hours. That's where our audience has been, and we decided to stay midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, yeah, this is the first trucking show I have run into that is really quality and is real trucking since the Bill Mack, Midnight Cowboy show out of Fort Worth. There's a few others out there. I'm not going to mention their name, but they're too political, too... goody stuff like that. This is the real deal here, and I'm liking it. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be hanging with y'all.
Thank you so much. Hey, I love that. That's what I like to hear. There you go. Another first-time caller, and yeah, we touch on a lot of different subjects, but I like to bounce around. I've described this program as the proverbial news magazine, a 5-hour news magazine. We bring you up to speed on everything that's going on as much as we can. Obviously, focus on trucking, but whatever's going on, that's what we talk about. Now, speaking of trucking, we've mentioned the agricultural group warning that this crackdown on the foreign truck drivers is causing some confusion and may threaten the flow of essential farm workers when it comes to harvesting the crops. The FMCSA's interim final rule we were just talking about in regards to the non-domiciled drivers includes a critical exemption for H-2A farm workers who need commercial driver's licenses. U.S. Custom Harvesters Incorporated, the Association of Professional Harvesters that serves the farmers, told the FMCSA that some of the states out there may be confused regarding the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs and the H-2A visa holders since this rule went into effect in September. Although the H-2A workers, are exempt from the policies that would be enacted under the interim final rule, many states have inadvertently begun pausing the issuance of CDLs to those visa holders as they look at the impacts of the interim final rule. We're asking the FMCSA to clarify to the states that the H-2A program is exempt under this rule, which will permit officials to issue CDLs to those individuals. All right, U.S. Custom Harvesters, established in 1983, serves farmers providing grain, grasses harvested for livestock feed, cotton harvesting services across a number of states. But he says our workforce must be able to operate heavy-duty harvesting equipment and drive commercial trucks as we move the equipment along an itinerary typically over the course of 9 months. They estimate about 30% of their employer members use the H-2A program, which is said accounts for over 75% of the total harvesting workforce. They cited data from the Department of Labor estimating over 5,600 H-2A visas were issued to heavy and tractor-trailer truck drivers in fiscal year 2024. And that more than 391,000 H-2A workers were certified last year. This speaks directly to the important role of H-2A workers for the domestic and agriculture sectors. So we therefore encourage the FMCSA, make sure the exemption for the H-2A visa holders stays in the interim final rule. Okay. Not as prevalent as the H-2A workers, there's another known as the J-1 visa holders that support critical functions across the harvesting industry. They estimate close to 100 J-1 workers are currently sponsored by their members. We're respectfully requesting to include as well the J-1 visas as an exempted category for CDLs in the final rule, similar to those granted to the H-2A program. Confusion, but all right, back to the anonymous hippopotamus.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, it's good to have some new listeners there. We've had a couple of them this week.
Yes.
So he mentioned there he was using an app. I guess we don't mention your app enough, do we? That you go to the app or the Play Store or the iPhone, whatever the app store is there, and you get your Steve Sommers, what is it, Overnight Drive Radio.com.
That's it.
I believe.
OvernightDriveRadio.com. Yes, we got them. Mm-hmm.
And there you go, both on the Android and iPhone, and listen to the Steve Sommers Show live, midnight to 5, and replays anytime after that. And of course, you got all your podcasts and everything you can listen to, and so you got all the good stuff there. So, of course, it's also OvernightDriveRadio.com and right to the regular website, too.
That's us.
But anyway, so now we mentioned all that good stuff. So you guys mentioned football there in the beginning there, the Buffalo Bills. Wife called me about 11 o'clock there. I guess the brother-in-law had been over, and they were watching the football game. And she said something about Buffalo there was lining up against the Texans with, they had the center in front of Josh Allen, and then Josh Allen, and then you had your halfbacks and fullbacks, and then the offensive line was lined up behind them, and the Texans were lining up 11-man rush. What? How come Josh Allen got sacked 11 times, Your Honor? Poor guy. I feel bad for him. That's just bad, Your Honor. Buffalo Bills didn't have any offense out there. As I say, I think she said they were all hiding behind the running back there.
Wow.
I don't know. So I guess the 19 was not, it was 23-19 or something, but it really didn't show for the quality of play that they had out there. I don't know how they scored the 19, but it wasn't because of the offense, I'm sure. So anyways. And then Braindead was asking about the Key Bridge. I think you pretty well hit on that there.
the initial estimation there, I don't know where they even came up with it. I mean, they did it. They had it out so quick. They didn't even know what kind of bridge they were going to build when they had the initial, estimate. They didn't even know what type of bridge they were building yet. Now they decided on this. I guess it's some sort of cable bridge that is this new modern design there that has been coming up around, and it's got the big poles that come up through the center, and then all the cables go down in the middle of the bridge. There's nothing that goes to the outside. And as far as heat wave goes, I don't know how much is steel. The products to build the bridge, to make the bridge. I would assume, concrete and stuff, unless the raw materials are coming from overseas, but, concrete and stuff should be done here. I don't know how much steel will be imported or not, but we got a big company up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania called High Steel, and they always have steel made for bridges, contracts up, but they're always, 2-3 years in advance, so... Yeah, when they were estimating to have the bridge open by 28, that seemed kind of strange to me. They could get it done that big a span done that quick, and unless they had a lot of different manufacturers making parts for it. But Braindead's right. They have disassembled pretty much, other than the upright part of the structure, anything that was bridge deck or anything that was left that did not come down with the demise of the dolly hitting it is pretty much unusable at this point, and they pretty much it's gone to the stage that a complete new bridge has to be put up at this point. There's nothing left of the old span to be used or salvaged at this point. So they've done away with all of the possible infrastructure that could have been used to possibly put something temporary up for the next 10 years and really be able to work on something else. Now all their eggs are just in the one basket. And as far as these non-domiciled CDL holders here, couldn't we, wasn't there a January 6th commission or something that went after these supposed insurrectionists and got all, and went out and rounded up and captured all these insurrectionists, and I think when they brought them in, they bit their heads off or something. Now, maybe they didn't quite do that, but they put them in holes and they hid them away. Could we get this January 6th or the insurrectionist people back together and maybe send them out to round up these non-domiciled, CDL holders? I mean, they certainly thought they knew what they were doing before, so I think they might have a good start on it there, Your Honor. I don't know. They're good at rounding things up. But anyways, I don't know. Do I have one other thing? Oh, hey, you kind of touched on, speaking of jumping all over the place and talking about everything on this program. Did you see the 6 panel window picture of the UPS, the MD-11 on takeoff? It must have been a closed circuit TV that video that showed six different slides of the plane taking off, and the first one, it kind of showed it was a normal type looking plane, and the second slide, the left side engine was actually starting to show it was detaching from the wing and lifting up at the front of the wing, and then the next slide, of course, showed it up above the wing and, of course, firing that off it, and then the other 3 slides, showed pretty much what would be the demise of the aircraft, and but yeah, that's pretty amazing footage, that was able to be captured, and hopefully there's actually, with this going on, hopefully there's more video coverage of that style of all takeoffs and landings, so that if there has to be, there wouldn't be question of what happened. You'd have the video footage, and I think this shows the real need to have that type of thing now that we actually have better capability and better better video equipment. But no, it's pretty amazing to see that, and it's pretty obvious in those pictures that the aircraft was doomed right from right after liftoff. But
and it did not get very far off the ground. That was what they call it, the preliminary report yesterday from the NTSB. The UP investigators say the MD-11 lost the left engine and pylon just after takeoff. The jet never climbed. This has more than a few dozen feet, striking the UPS warehouse and nearby buildings, obviously consumed by fire. All 3 crew members, 11 on the ground, killed, 24 others hurt. The early lab work showing fatigue cracks in a key part that helps connect the left engine pylon to the actual wing. The structure appears to have failed in flight, which led to the engine separating completely from the wing. They're still working through the voice and the data recorders, along with, they say, a long list of structural and maintenance questions. As we know, as a precaution, UPS has grounded the MD-11s, and the FAA has temporarily grounded MD-11 and certain DC-10 aircraft worldwide to hold special inspections on each and every aircraft. This is just a first glance, they say, of the investigation. Findings can still change, but kind of gives a bit of a clearer picture of how quickly this tragedy unfolded in those seconds, literally seconds after takeoff.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
I meant to get to this, to hold on to this maybe for our Monday edition. Joel Morrow had shared this right about quitting time yesterday morning. And he said, here, based on recent reports, I thought the EPA was in the process of eliminating all these rules, emission regulations for the big trucks, that you'd actually be able to start using some of the delete kits and some of those things. It seemed to be headed that way, But I guess word comes down this week that the Environmental Protection Agency is moving forward with their 2027 timeline for what they call the heavy-duty NOx rule, NOx, currently set to take effect for the 2027 model year. But at the same time, they did say there are some changes in store. So this is kind of a bit of a turnaround from the direction they were going a few weeks ago. Yeah, well, we'll come back and address that more again next week. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve Sommers. All the listeners, it's the best day of the week. I'll see, it'll give way to a nice, no plans weekend. We can hopefully relax and enjoy some time at home. All right, coffee's hot, car's ready to go. Let's head into town, see what the day brings us. Thank you, Steve in Columbus. And hello, Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Hey, a little warmer this morning. 46 with a high of 51 for Fort Wayne. 43 to 46. You ain't moving much in Newaygo, Michigan. Hey, a big shout out to the Knucklebuster Roll-On, and a big shout out to all the veterans out there. Another working weekend for me, so have a great weekend, everybody else. Can you believe 34 days till Christmas? Here it is, right? Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. It's been a while since we heard. Plowboy, I haven't heard from you this week. What's been happening?
Good morning, Steve. Good morning. Well, not too much. Yeah. So we stop talking about 34 more days to Christmas.
Yes.
Great. I mean, what, 41 days till we go to 2026? Okay, we can deal with that. But the Christmas? No. Too damn early for Christmas. Rain here in Kansas City, and it's a chilly damn rain. I don't know what the temperature is. It's a little chill. I initially called in about whether your Visa boys driving for the custom harvesters.
Yeah, right.
99% of them I've came across do know how to speak English. Now, as far as the harvesters on the West Coast, like doing your produce and all that, no. They're 99% Hispanics or other.
Mm-hmm.
But most of them come from like South Africa, Australia, England. Most of them know how to broken English, and damn near can have a conversation with the wheat harvesters and the forage boys. But that's basically why we'll hit on. But you just hit on a hot damn topic. I would like to know how many billions of dollars are being funneled in to whoever just keeps propping this 27 New Deal with these emissions. And Steve, there's something I just had shoved down my throat. Ford is 2026 and some late 2025 has got, would you ever thought of having a particulate filter in a gasoline motor? There is out here. Ford pickups are going to be with them in
really?
Start 2026.
There's going to be a new thing.
Yeah, right. What the hell?
That's something else we might have to address next week. But we are out of time this Friday morning. Have a great weekend, folks. Thanks for being with us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.